Good morning. Buenos dias. We're so happy to have everyone with us. This is an important day for us. We being Black Brown Policy, Black Brown Dialogues on Policy, follow our website at blackbrownpolicy.org. You can learn about us there. We've been organizing meeting for about a year, some of us, others a few months. We have an amazing design team. We have an amazing panel, set of panelists. We have a format that will consist of first an opening presentation, a blessing, if you will, by Senator Royce West, and then we will have a panel on diversity, equity, and inclusion. After that, we will have a Gen Z panel that will respond to what is shared by the panel on diversity, equity, and inclusion. After that, the same panel will come back and reflect on what the students just said. And when we're talking about Gen Z, we're talking about young people. These are our students. These are our children. These are people that were born in 2015. I'm sorry. When were they born? They were born in 1995 or 1996. They're undergraduates. And they're the most ethnically and racially diverse group in the history of the United States. And what we see happening right now is a systematic attack on our young people. It's an attack on all of us when we think of the transgender bills, when we think of the attack on what is taught in our schools, when we think of the anti-abortion agenda, when we think of DEI. This is a generational attack by older people, my age, against younger people, and that is unacceptable. And so it's very important and intentional for us to have Gen Z voices. In the middle of the day, we will have a teach-in, so please stay tuned. The teach-in will be featuring Drs. Francesca Lopez, Christine Sleater, moderated on a panel by Dr. Kevin Kumashiro. They will be talking about their recently published book, Drs. Lopez and Sleater, on critical race theory and the critics, those that criticize critical race theory. After that, we will have the representatives of the Texas Black Legislative Caucus and the Mexican American Legislative Caucus, Texas State Representative Ron Reynolds, and then Texas State Representative Victoria Nieve Criado, talking about the work of the caucuses of the session that we're currently in, the 88th session of the Texas State Legislature. After that, we will begin the second part of our day. We hope that you stay with us all day. We are recording this, so you can come back to it later if you cannot. But if you stay with us, we will begin again in the afternoon, early afternoon, with the next set of conversations that we'll be having on ethnic studies. And we'll have panelists, and then we will have Gen Z's students responding to what the panelists share, and then the same panelists will come on. And then at the end of the day, toward the end of the day, we will have a reflection of the entire day that will feature myself, the Senator Royce West. We will also have NAACP Chair Gary Bledsoe. We'll have Alberta Phillips, Emilio Zamora, and Dr. Juichi Lockett. I think that covers pretty much what we'll be doing today. We're really grateful again for all of you who have joined us this morning. It's very important in light of current policy agendas that we'll be addressing. Which you should know is, if you don't already know, I know messages have gone out, is that it's pretty severe and fierce, extreme what is happening in the Texas State Legislature right now. Again, the panelists will talk about this, but so that you know what we're talking about, at play are several bills. One of them is House Bill 1006 that seeks to prohibit the funding, promotion, sponsorship, or support of any Office of Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion that would impact all colleges, public colleges in the university in the state of Texas. So all of these programs that we call DEI will come down. They will come down if this bill becomes law, and our panelists will be addressing that. House Bill 1607 is, if you've kept up with Texas politics, it's really the Senate Bill 3 analog at the higher education level that we dubbed the Texas Senate Bill 3, Texas's version of its anti-CRT agenda that passed in the last legislative session. So essentially the same kind of prohibitions would play out in House Bill 1607 if these bills become law, impacting the curriculum in the college classroom. House Bill 1046, it seeks to prohibit what is being called political tests in higher education that is utilized in hiring decisions or in student admissions as a condition of employment, promotion, or admission to identify a commitment to or make a statement of personal belief supporting any specific partisan, political, or ideological set of beliefs. This is a particularly draconian bill. A student who sees you teaching what you should not be teaching can basically sue you, and it would be at the expense of the university, again, should this bill pass. We are intending for these bills not to pass, of course, and that's why it's important to have everybody in solidarity with us on this agenda that's very harmful. I would also like to say that what we have is a big community, and it's virtual, it's online, but I do want to honor our ancestors. It's very important. We are always on indigenous land, always, always. It doesn't matter. It's called Turtle Island, right? This place had a name before it was invaded, right, by the Western Europeans that came. And that name was Turtle Island in North America. It was Abiyala in terms of the continent, named by the Kuna Indians of Panama. And so we're mindful of this deep history of colonialism that is playing out today. I mean, we could even think of the bills that are being put forward as neo-colonial bills to put us in our place as Black and brown humanity. When we say Black and brown humanity, we're talking about a big tent. It's a big, big tent. It's intersectional, it's generational, it's Gen Z inclusive. It's really looking at white allies and people who want to be part of a progressive, constructive agenda for change. Everybody needs to be on deck, everyone. And we're avoiding the labels, Hispanic, Latinx, African American, Black, so that we don't get hung up on that, frankly. And also, Black and Brown we view as inclusive. If you look at our logo, it's everyone that wants to be part of this agenda. It's really not a political statement. We want people to join us if you see yourself in us, and we hope that all people of good conscience, all people of good conscience, all people of goodwill see themselves as part of this agenda. We are on the lands here in Austin, Texas, of the Tonkawa, the Coahuiltecan, the Caddo, the Carrizo Comecrudo, the Alabama Oshara, the Lipanapache, Tonkawa, Isleta del Sur Pueblo, and the American and Indian peoples and communities who have been and become part of these lands and territories in Texas. And I want to add to that our communities, Mexica, Aztec communities that are also part of our broader indigenous understandings of who we are. I also want to suggest and put out there that as we come together to think about Black-Brown dialogues on policy, that we're making new land, new grounding. This is new grounding. We do come together as Black and Brown communities through coalitions. A lot of times it's really in the moment, on the fly. It's instrumental. And we need to do that, and we will continue doing that. We have sponsors that do that, the Texas Legislative Education Equity Coalition, of course, the Black and Brown caucuses, they come together regularly. We have a lot of people that are already doing this work, but I'm not sure the message gets out, and I'm not sure that we're fully intentional, and as intentional that we need to be, and as fully intentional as we need to be right now at this very moment in history, a very crucial moment. And that moment in history, I've talked about the bad bills. It's also about the good bill that we're talking about today, House Bill 45. That is Cristina Morales' bill, co-author Alma Allen, and various co-authors in the Texas House. We want that legislation to pass. It's not only about including bodies when we're talking about DEI, diversity, equity, and inclusion. It's about including our knowledge, our history. It's about a bigger and broader we. And that's what so many of our struggles have been about for so very long. It's about inclusion. And it is time for that agenda, because we are becoming more diverse as a nation, right? And we have to prepare for that diversity instead of be fearful of it or be hateful toward it. That is not constructive. That's not going to get us anywhere. It will not inspire a new generation. It's not. And so we want to step in the gap there. We as Black-Brown Dialogues on policy in Texas, and we hope that we ignite efforts far beyond what we're doing here, so that we can envision a new world, make a new world, not succumb to the really, really negative energy and spirit intention that is upon us. So what I want to do is ask folks to take the pledge. At the bottom of your screen, you're going to see a QR code throughout all of this event, and that QR code will take you to a website where you take a pledge for diversity, equity, and inclusion. And once you take the pledge, that'll get you into our website, our email list, and you can be apprised of further actions, further events, legislative bill proposals that we need to address, some of which are harmful, and others like House Bill 45 that are very, very helpful. Again, the website, please visit us. Please visit our website, blackbrownpolicy.org. And we also have our Facebook page. And so we hope that you will like us on Facebook. So I want to go ahead and introduce you to Senator Royce West. He and I have been friends and colleagues in the legislature for a number of years. And actually, NAACP Gary Bledsoe and I have worked with him over the years, as I recall, on intentionally on Top 10%, but also other forms of legislation. And so we have is a a senator here who really needs no introduction. We just respect and appreciate you so much, Senator West. You've been named by Texas Monthly as one of the most valuable senators in the Texas State Legislature. And I remember it was about, I don't know, 10 months ago that I got a call from your office to be involved in conversations on diversity, equity, and inclusion. And I received no other such call from anyone, anywhere. So clearly, you know about the headwinds and where we're headed as a state. And so I just want to give the floor to you and give us your blessing, if you will, and also your sage counsel on what we need to do going forward. Again, we're so honored to have you with us. Thank you for joining us this morning.
Dr. Valenzuela, thank you very much for your friendship and thank you for your work in this effort. I want to make certain everyone understands something. Something my grandfather told me. The only thing permanent in life is change. And as you look at the history of our country, you see that change front and center. You look at what's going on today and you frankly see potentially the ending of the second Reconstruction when you begin to think about some of the things that are going on, some of the political narratives that are being espoused. You see political candidates on the right talking about DEI and its impact on the country, more specifically on Anglos in this country. You see here in the state of Texas, the governor of the state of Texas taking up the mantle of what other Republicans have been doing across the state in terms of talking about doing away with DEI. Now, you have to ask yourself the question, whether or not when they say do away with DEI, are they trying to make certain they do away with affirmative action? Affirmative action in many instances have worked. Are they synonymous? We know that a Supreme Court is considering these issues now. We know that a Supreme Court is also considering the last part of the Voting Rights Act, Section 2 of the Voting Rights Act. So all these headwinds are facing our communities that have in some measure, limited measure, been able to benefit from some of these laws. You look at the history of slavery, 400 years, and all of a sudden, 50, 60 years, everything's supposed to be all right. That's not all right. You hear critics complaining that we need to do away with DEI because it impacts employment, and that institutions of higher education and other agencies have been told not to consider DEI. Well, let me stop and ask the question, what are they not considering? The fact is that what we've asked is not to discriminate against people. Far from that. We've been asking not to be discriminated against. And from that vantage point, we want to be included in the mix for consideration for these jobs that are being awarded to persons. When you begin to think about the employment of the state, you break it down by state agencies and institutions of higher education, white Texans have benefited. Look at the ranks. Most of the people that are hired are Anglo in higher education in the state agencies. There's a book that was put out by, I think it was Bitter, Monteague, and Yano in 2022 that talks about the statistics in higher education. You can look at that book and see that employment has benefited Anglos more than any other ethnic group in the state, even though when you begin to look at the demographics of the state, you see that this state is majority minority. You have to ask yourself, when they begin to expand it to, as John Sharp did, the Chancellor of Texas A&M, to admissions, what does that mean? I had the opportunity to sit down and visit with him to kind of get an explanation on why he would extend it to admissions when he has said that he's never used it in admissions over the past 10 or 15 or so years. So why extend it? There was no reason to do that. When you begin to think about where we are, you think about George Floyd, and a lot of things have happened since George Floyd. America is becoming more sensitive to these types of issues. Maybe too sensitive for the right. And the question is what will we in the center do? What will Gen Z do when it's going to impact you more than any other generation? What will you do in order to make certain that you help us fight these draconian laws that are being recommended by leadership in the state of Texas? But right now, what you can do is this, and I want to make sure we have this dialogue, and I applaud the dialogue. If we need to maintain this dialogue, Angela, in order to make sure we get things done that's in the best interest of these particular groups. We are developing finally a coalition based on interest and not based on the color of one's skin. We have more in common than just skin color. And we can put everyone at the table to make sure they have input into the decision making process if we just work together. And I want to talk about this just momentarily before we move forward. I want to make certain that out of this dialogue come suggestions. The only bad suggestion is a suggestion that you don't make. And then we need to make sure we have a follow-up on it also. Let me give you a couple of them that I want to make certain that we see. And we've got to make sure we get it organized. As relates to issues concerning admissions, we need to make certain we know where these university admissions are today and figure out how this announcement, this directive by the governor, will impact admissions on a going forward basis. We need to know what criteria they're using for admissions. At Texas A&M said that they were using merit, defined as top 10% automatic admission, holistic review, and there was another element. But I want to know exactly how much weight is being given to each one of those components. And we need to make certain that we hold them to it, and that athletes, you get the point, athletes are treated just like any other student. There should be no differentiation between the merit aspect of admitting students just because they're athletes or regular students. And we need to be able to monitor that. And if necessary, look at different type of equal protection lawsuits if necessary in order to deal with that effectively. You know, historically, we've been able to depend upon the judiciary. We know that the judiciary is a little bit more conservative now, but it's still the judiciary, and it allows us to get at least a review of what's happening and hopefully some relief from it. That also needs to be a part of our strategy. We need to make certain that there are, in fact, talking points about what is DEI, what are some of the specifics of DEI that all of us need to make certain we know about. And then lastly, my friends, as these bills that Dr. Valenzuela was just mentioning a few moments ago come up for consideration, we need thousands of you to show up and testify against the bills. If you really care about this issue and it's important to you, we need thousands of you to come together and sign up and testify against these bills. Well, Senator, what does that mean? That means that once you do it, because I know you will do it, that these committees will be bogged down on listening to you, which you have a right as a citizen to participate. And if it's bogged down in terms of hearing this particular bill, then other business of that particular committee won't be able to get done. And if they know, if the committee chair and clerks know that there'll be thousands of us that will be testifying against these bills, then you can be assured that these bills will be delayed in the process for consideration. The only thing permanent in life is change. We've got to be prepared for that change, and we need to make certain we act accordingly to affect that change. So at the end of this town hall meeting, I look forward to being a part of the discussion to hear exactly what the next steps will be in order to make certain that you and I and those of us that have the same interests that we have are able to continue to participate in this experiment called democracy. Thank you, Dr. Valenzuela.
Thank you, Senator West. We will heed your call. We will be there. Our website, blackbrownpolicy.org, is the place to go for the information on this going forward. We're community members, we're Gen Z students, we're civil rights, we're intersectional, we're inclusive. This affects everyone, and it's not just about race, as we know. It's not just about race. It's about veteran status. It's about ability. It's about sexual orientation. It's about the broad diversity that we represent that is being attacked. So thank you, bless you. We're so grateful for your leadership. We'll catch up with you in the afternoon when we close. And well, this can be thankful enough. Gracias.
Take care.
Gracias. Yeah, thank you. All right. Wow. Um, I'm encouraged. I really am. Where would we be without leaders like Senator West? So, our next panel, I'm introducing them, and it'll be focused on DEI, what we've just been talking about, diversity, equity, and inclusion. And it'll be in this order that we'll hear from our panelists. First, Julia Brookins, who is a Special Projects Administrator with the American Historical Association. And then Dr. Danielle Cleveland, Associate Professor of Mexican American and Latino Studies and African American and African Diaspora Studies at the University of Texas at Austin. And then Rocky Agan, PhD candidate in Social Cultural Foundations of Education at the University of Texas at El Paso. And Dr. Stella Flores, Associate Professor in Educational Leadership and Policy at the University of Texas. And I mean, that's the order here that we're seeing, but we can also be fluid and make it a flow. And what occurs to me, my friends and colleagues, is what do we make of DEI? I mean, what is it for an audience or even a legislator that's going to get a bill on this across their desk and they're going to make a big decision that's going to affect the whole state of Texas? How do we break it down for our viewing audience? Dr. Flores, I know you've been a DEI officer in the past, and so what comes to mind as you go.
Thank you for the invitation. I'm honored to be here, and I have a lot to say on the topic, but I wanted to focus on 3 points in particular. I was a DEI officer in New York City at NYU previously, which is a very different context than Texas, but I am a Texan. I was born in the Rio Grande Valley. I'm the product of intergenerational effects of the civil rights policies of the 1960s. So I see DEI very connected to the positive effects of the civil rights policies. My parents were able to graduate from high school, enter college, and get financial aid through these Title I programming and Higher Education Act policies. They made a big difference in my family. And now I come to you, though, also as a social scientist who studied these policies, its effects, acknowledging when they haven't worked, but also when they have, and when the research is super clear on why, how necessary they are, especially as our demographic populations diversify. So in terms of DEI, I thought I would start first with the myths. What are the myths about DEI that we're hearing? The first one really is about individual merit, as if in this nation we really only succeeded through individual merit, when in fact educational achievement and other achievements were really legally engineered to exclude populations of color, primarily women for most of this time as well. And so this individual merit that we like to hold on to as an American society, it's just not true if we consider how many people were excluded legally and then informally to even be able to go to school, right? The 1960s represented some of the first generation of Black individuals to even begin attending secondary school. That's how recent our exclusions have taken place. The other big American myth is about having a colorblind society and that it's a good approach. When the reality, we have not been a colorblind society, right? Colorblindness instead operates to sustain racial inequality. It freezes from acknowledging the nation's past and presents patterns of discrimination and inequality. we deny these patterns and then instead focus on individuals' behavior as explaining achievement outcomes, when it really has been larger patterns of legal and structural inequality. And the reality is that it's impossible to change outcomes related to racial inequality if we deny our history of bias and discrimination, right? So, I mean, we have so much historical evidence on this. Denying it, I mean, I can't imagine medical professionals denying disease just to have better outcomes. I mean, if we're a truly scientific society and understanding the role of public policy, the role of educational programming, we can't deny what was in our past. It's just bad education. And most of all, not most of all, but also it's also bad economic development policy, right? We know colorblind policies don't work. They don't work. Race neutral doesn't work to diversify a student body. And that's very clear in the literature. Finally, I want to talk about, though, then why we should focus on equity, the benefits of equity. It's a key economic development tool that also leads to greater prosperity. It leads to greater college degrees, which in the end raises wages for everyone in the community. So ensuring that we have more access to education, which includes understanding our history to create better educational policies, will actually lead to greater economic development. So even if you're neutral on this debate, I don't think our nation wants to be economically stagnant or have disastrous economic outcomes. So equity goes beyond an individual gain. It's also context dependent, so each community should understand its strengths and its weaknesses and how to make economic policy stronger through equity. Finally, there are costs to racial inequality, right? The Citigroup Bank found that as a result of discrimination against African Americans, it cost our nation $16 trillion. $16 trillion was missed out on because of discrimination. That doesn't even take into account the cost of discrimination against Latino and Native American groups. So not acting to reverse discriminatory practices is going to exhaust a major cost, not only on our nation, but on our state that is now majority Latino. Majority of non-white students are in our schools. There's just no logical argument for increasing racial inequality in all our sectors of education. Instead, we need to focus on equity.
So well said. I liked what you shared about economic impacts. Rocky Agan, if you can also share with us from your perspective on workforce diversity and economic impacts.
Yeah, sure. Thank you. Thank you so much, colleagues, and thank you so much for the audience participating and joining us today. Myself, formerly with the airport, GRK Regional Airport, the City of Killeen Department of Aviation, recently wrapped up 2.5 years with the city, working on development projects, economic development, community development, a lot of partnership outreach across Central Texas. So if you're not familiar, Killeen is the home of Fort Hood, the largest power projection platform in the United States military global forces, period. So west of Killeen and Fort Hood is about 60 miles west is Lampasas into rural Texas Hill Country, east to Temple and past Temple, and north about 45 miles up to the South Waco, McClellan, Gatesville, McGregor community, and south down to the North Austin area, Cedar Park, Leander, Salado, Jarrow, Round Rock, Georgetown. These significant areas are seeing extreme and profitable growth for economic purposes. And so when we're engaging in partnership, I could tell you straight up right now that these kind of policies, and I say this not just for the echo chamber, but I say this for my GOP friends and allies that we know are out there on the moderate fringes, and we understand it's not popular to come out the way that we need to right now. But this is a call also to Senator Royce's point of coming together and signing up and speaking up But when we're out doing partnership development across the region, across the state, and I've done this in West Texas when I was at the city of El Paso, when I was with the U.S. Department of Commerce, 2020 Census Outreach Team, a part of the Trump administration's advanced team in West Texas, 16 counties, El Paso, East to Midland, Odessa, all the counties down in the Big Bend area. So you're meeting with county commissioners, the city councils, and donors and nonprofit organizations. So when you get that picture of the regionalism across the state and what it means to have everybody involved with the growth that is coming to Texas, that is here now, that is the growth that is more U.S.-centric in the global politics of our entire situation, the geopolitics. We know that Texas is the hub now. We know that technology and innovation is moving from Silicon Valley to Silicon Hills. We know that housing needs are exploding from North Austin up into the Central Texas region. We know that the jobs are there. We know that they're high profitable jobs. We know that there are projects being planned on the state side and municipal side, specifically Department of Transportation projects to meet the needs of the community over the next 45 to 2045. So when we get into the specifics of these policies, yes, there is a significant higher education component when we get into the semantics of the language of all these different bills that are called to attention. But the point of the matter is that these policies represent an attack on the diversity and the equity that make Texas and the United States of America strong as an economic machine to this entire system. So that means all of us are required to participate. These policies are bad for business in Texas, period. When we have programs like the Disadvantaged Enterprise Program, that's a part of every state and municipality for women and minorities doing business with transportation projects across the state. And it's not just our state. This program is set in motion by the Civil Rights Program that comes from a federal level and federal statutes. And everyone plays by the same rules for the most part, but we have requirements in these municipalities and at the state structure to make sure that we're allowing these revenue opportunities for capital and concessions and small business and entrepreneurs. There are federal requirements that the state and municipalities need to meet in order to make sure that the equity is actually offered to all the different communities that are out here in Texas, in the U.S. doing business. So when we talk about economic development, when we talk about workforce development, when we talk about the training involved and all the special funds, the biggest concern here is that we are at the front of that slippery slope. And if we don't have common sense solutions to these problems, I mean, we can get really deep into all the conversations going to happen on the academic level and higher education. My esteemed colleagues on this panel and the next one, they're going to make their points salient. They're significant. These conversations need to happen at an academic ivory tower level. But at the end of the day, in our communities, what it really means is a loss of opportunity for every color, every gender, every human that wants to be involved in the growth of Texas and the growth of the United States of America, our nation. Good or bad, there's a lot of good, there's a lot of bad, there's a lot of past. But right now, in this moment, what we need is a clear call to action for a way forward. And to Senator Royce's West, I will challenge Senator Royce, with all due respect, and the Hispanic Caucus and the African American Caucus to stop discussions of any kind of property tax rebate bill that is happening in committee in order to put pressure on the GOP and our GOP moderate friends who have to stay in secret right now. Until we resolve these issues and kill these bills that are the attention of our agenda today, no other conversation needs to be happening about what to do with the property tax surplus that Texas has been experiencing, period. Thank you.
Now that's a proposal. So we can take that up later. And thank you so much for helping us like understand the broader impacts. I think most of us get it. They are potentially significant and they will be harmful should these bills pass to our state and ultimately to our nation. I want to also bring in Dr. Danielle Cleland, my colleague at the University of Texas at Austin, who will talk to us about the importance of DEI in her own work. Thank you, Dr. Cleland.
Thank you. Thank you to be here. Happy to be here. I wanted to, talk a little bit, not only about my work, but really about teaching, right? And what is at stake with these bills, because, many of us in ethnic studies have been talking about what this means for what we do. And so I am a Black and Latina professor. I teach at the intersection of my identity. So I teach in political science, but I teach in Black studies and Latino studies. And in all of these spaces, I've provided my students with histories, perspectives, and politics that they haven't been exposed to, especially because we have such a challenge in the K-12 level. And so when I'm teaching about our collective histories. And so, my research is about this and my teaching is about this. And every day in class, I'm reminded about why that's so important. And so these histories that I teach are histories of struggle, of activism, of racism, the roots of racial inequality that a lot of the marginalized communities, that take my classes are not taught, right, in their other classes. They're not often taught from professors that don't understand why these perspectives are so important. And so that's why ethnic studies, Black studies, Latino studies are so important. They're crucial in the intellectual growth of our students. And so each year in my classes, my students, and it's not only Black and Latino students, right? White students, Asian students, all give me the same evaluations. And they say, thank you for teaching me about history, about my history and about other histories that I never learned before. I'm connecting folks to their heritage in ways that they haven't. And so, when we're talking about, the importance of these bills, we're talking about the silencing, right? In my class, we talk a lot about silencing of the archive, silencing of histories, and these bills seek to silence. They seek to erase and divorce marginalized communities from their histories. When I was doing work in Cuba, for example, we were talking a lot about the silencing of history there, the silencing of Black history in particular. And I remember interviewing a teacher, and the teacher told me, when Black students don't learn about their own histories, they think they haven't done anything significant. And that's not only important for our collective knowledge, that's important also for our agency. And so when Black students and Latino students don't know what their histories are, they don't think that they've contributed, because often in these classes, their stories are not told. And so our presence here is crucial. And a lot of these, these bills seek to erase that. And so, when we do not have the diversity initiatives, we're not included and we become invisible. And so, what we really need to focus on here is not only the fact that, it's important to teach these subjects, but the fact that if we don't teach them, then they become erased. And so I really, really want to, talk about how crucial it is that Black studies, is a space. And, really in Texas, and particularly at UT, ethnic studies is a treasure. We have such a strong department. We have such a diverse set of folks that are teaching, all of these subjects about the African diaspora, about Latin Americans, about Latinos. And we really, these departments are not rivaled in other places, right? And so we have to protect them. We have to protect our faculty. We have to protect our students. We have to protect their right to, enjoy these classes because they're being connected to their histories, their agencies. And it's helping them to understand, how to join us in this fight to, assert their rights and their place in our society, and particularly in Texas.
Thank you so much, Dr. Cleland. And you make me think about just the the decades now, maybe 5 decades of solid knowledge production in ethnic studies, so much of it cutting edge. And it's had such an impact that it's been, and also women and gender studies and LGBTQ studies, disability studies, a growing field. They have been taken up by other areas of the academy because it makes us better in teacher preparation, principal preparation, in superintendent preparation. These courses that draw from all of this knowledge that's been produced are enhanced, they're improved, because who are we dealing with when we go out and teach in our cities' classrooms, or we're superintendents? Who are we going to be leading at the helm, right? As in terms of the communities that are in our schools and in our school districts. So, well, last but not least, just so happy to have with us Julia Brookins. So Julia, a very important aspect of all of this that we really need to touch on solidly is academic freedom. That is what's under attack. And I'm thinking in particular, you may have other ideas, but House Bill 1607 is the bill that would get into the college classroom. It would conceivably make certain kinds of knowledge illegal in the way that Senate Bill 3 is doing or trying to do. So I know you have a broader perspective from the American Historical Association, from your work there. So yeah, please educate us.
Good morning. My name is Julia Brookins. I'm the Special Projects Coordinator at the American Historical Association, which is the nation's oldest and largest membership organization for historians. And to be clear today, I'm not speaking on behalf of the AHA, but I am free to speak about my work. So I want to thank Angela for the invitation to talk to you guys today and to join you on this panel today, which is so important. I'm going to say a couple of things about academic freedom, and I'm not actually based at an institution of higher education, so I am also relying on other members of the panel to chime in as needed. But I do know I work with faculty at a lot of colleges and universities around the country, and I wanted to say a few things about how academic freedom affects the work of historians, especially how it affects academic freedom has long been acknowledged as one of the key foundations for excellence in higher education. It is also a requirement for Texas colleges and universities.
All right, I think we're having some problems with the connection, Dr. Brookins. We can't hear you. It's all cut up. Your voice is cutting up. Not sure what to do except maybe move on to another panelist who might want to comment on the importance of academic freedom or on these bills while Julia gets her mic set up, her sound fixed. Dr. Flores, Dr. Cleland, what are your thoughts about these bills that are possibly horribly impacting what we have known and cherished as academic freedom?
Hi, sorry, can you hear me now?
Okay, yes.
I apologize. Let me just backtrack a little. Academic freedom has long been acknowledged as one of the key foundations for excellence in higher education. It is also a requirement for Texas colleges and universities under statute already. And it is a key element of accreditation criteria and also a key criteria for federal financial aid eligibility for all students in Texas. So it is, at its root, it's a form of freedom of speech, which as Americans, we all value highly. And it is freedom of speech that in particular exists to protect not the people who have academic freedom, but rather the people who don't directly have it. We all benefit from living in a society where the people who pursue and share new knowledge are protected in their academic freedom. New knowledge is, by its nature, unsettling to established powers and has often tempted political meddling. Academic freedom was established and has been maintained as a solution to these real problems. When it protects higher education instructional faculty, it is actually protecting all members of our society. In order for their institutions to serve the public effectively, scholar teachers at colleges and universities must be free to follow the evidence and share their findings freely. Or we, as members of the public, cannot derive the benefit of those pursuits of knowledge. Restrictions on academic freedom always risk devaluing the institutions and degrading the education that students can obtain from their instructors. Where it exists, which is typically at four-year universities, tenure for faculty is another protection for the public. It's not about job security. That conveys with it additional responsibility for tenured faculty to act as institutional stewards, again, for the common good. Now, looking at the bills that we're talking about today, the 1006, 1607, and 1046, I would say that Texas has some advantages relative to other states that find themselves similarly in the grip of short-sighted thinking. It has a very diverse populace, and it is my impression that powerful Texans really do genuinely value having great public colleges and universities. The state has invested a tremendous amount of effort and money in improving how those institutions serve the population, and these initiatives have taken many forms, but certainly the fruits of those efforts will be in jeopardy if prohibitions against a wide range of student success strategies were to become law. So I'm happy to speak more. I have more I could say, but we might want to leave it there for now. I can talk more specifically about history if you want.
Yeah, thank you so much, Julia. I mean, I'm thinking about academic freedom in the way that you're talking about it is that precious sacred space between government and the private sector or the corporate sector. We have to be independent, right? Or else we're just an arm of these interests that don't necessarily reflect the interests of the people that we're wanting to serve, right? That need assistance. Dr. Cleland, right now what we're hearing a lot is that what we do in the academy is wokeism, right? And it's toxic, and it's really minimizing what we do, trivializing. What are your thoughts on wokeism, that allegation that's been thrown at us?
Well, I think it's interesting because, this term woke, came up among, younger generations, Gen Z and millennials, to refer to being conscious about one's history, to refer to being conscious about what's happening today in society. It particularly came up, during a lot of the Black Lives Matter protesting that was happening against police brutality, to make arguments about Black humanity. And so today, I think what we're seeing is this term woke has been co-opted to really act as a code word for anti-Blackness. It's acting as a code word, right, for anti-marginalized communities. And so, essentially, what we find is that folks will take a word, right, that doesn't say anti-Blackness, right, but can refer to that or as a code word for that in order to push an agenda that doesn't sound racist, right? And so this, anti-wokeism can sound much more benign when we're thinking about, what it's trying to tackle. But really what it is trying to silence, marginalized communities, and so in my comments earlier, I brought up Cuba because I was doing work on what happens in an authoritarian context to Black visibility, to Black history, to, our ability to engage in activism, to change, right, our curriculum. And all of these things are, not, they're not possible, right, for folks in Cuba. And so what we're seeing here is that, we're being silenced in the same kinds of ways, and we're seeing really authoritarian ways of, legislating in what is supposed to be a democracy. And so this idea of woke is really to silence, voices of people of color that are really trying to bring forth, the truth about what's happening, about inequality, about injustice. And so, we have to really watch, these code words and how they can, you know, become acceptable when really what they are is you know, anti-Black.
Yeah, thank you so much. Dr. Flores, you have some thoughts on this?
Sure. I'd just like to emphasize this idea of co-opting words. I think anytime we get into the public narrative, they're going to be, the best intentioned words could be co-opted. So that's a strategy that I think we have to be ready for, just like colorblind has been co-opted. The idea of woke, if we think about it, no one is truly completely woke. We all have learning to do. We have learning to do about our own cultures, our own histories, but also others' cultures and histories. And going back to how demographically diverse we are now and how we're going to continue to be, everyone needs to be learning about other people and their histories. So to say that anti-wokeism, I mean, it's like it's a denial of demographic reality and historical events that have put us where we are today. And I don't see how that in any way is beneficial to the progress of a nation.
Thank you. Thank you. What we haven't spoken about are the political tests. That bill, I don't know what you think about it, but it is House Bill 1046 that prohibits what they're calling political tests. And those are just the, you know, the protocols that we have to hire someone. I think it's a demeaning phrase. It's intended to be demeaning, but what do y'all think about that? I mean, how should we understand or unpack not only the agenda? Go ahead, Rocky.
Yeah, well, you know, Henry Giroux says it best. He just calls these kind of policies fascist. You know, we've seen this before, and that's right on. And that's where we have to hold these folks accountable that are even thinking and considering about attacking academic freedom and attacking the qualitative measures that we have in place for these federal programs and state programs to even begin to have some kind of sense of equality and equity in our communities. In terms of higher education, I mean, you can call folks wokeists and we can call folks fascists, but you know, in order to find the new road, the new road forward, I'm really looking to this next generation, this panel that's coming up, so that we can come together and figure out a way to use technology, to use innovation, to use the media, so that we can get our word out, so we can amplify it, and we can generate that critical mass that's going to help the common sense solutions to this real problem. Because, for instance, I come from Texas, University of Texas, El Paso, teacher education program. I have dear colleagues, professors, program chairs, my cohorts across our program, the undergraduate, the graduate program. I mean, we're really under fire here, and we're not the only institution. And most folks don't even realize this conversation's happening. So that's where I am on that question.
Yeah, and I want to add to that I think the devil here is in the details. And I'm not sure exactly what the various policies are at each institution, but I think pretty much anyone could understand that if you're looking to hire someone for a job, they have to be willing to do the job that exists. And in the form that I've been familiar with them, asking people to write about their commitment to serving the student body that actually attends the school should not be a strange, HR, requirement that's somehow very exotic or violates somebody's freedom. I mean, the job candidate needs to be able to perform the job. And again, the devil is in the details, and I think these things are best probably decided at the institutional level. As far as the mission of the organization, the mission of the institution, the mission of the department, the student body, all these kinds of variables. But to just blanketly forbid job candidates from having to show that they can do the job that you're considering them for is very strange.
It's almost what you're saying is that it's part of merit, right? It's like meritorious to be able to
and I work with
navigate the complexity. Yeah.
All over the country at all different types of institutions. And certainly in terms of humanities, doctoral education, pedagogy, and some of the more kind of the changes that have happened in higher education over the last, let's say, 30 years, have required significant retooling on the part of instructors to make sure they're able to meet students where they are and really achieve educational excellence for them. And to say that, oh, well, you know, as long as you wrote a great dissertation, you can probably do this, it doesn't even make sense. Like any organization would be derelict in its duty to its customers if it didn't make sure that the people doing this instruction were willing to instruct the customers as they exist, where they are, where they're from, and where they want to go. It's just, it's malpractice.
How do we convince people who are on the other side who, and it's not just extremists or conservatives, it's our friends, our white liberals, right? Many of them, and our Latinx and black liberals who are saying, yeah, but it's overreach to have a test. I'm just saying what folks are saying, right?
Well, the monolithic nature of a test is obviously rhetorically working against the common sense aspect of these policies. So I think the less monolithic you can make them, the more specifically tailored to the mission of the institution and the students and the department, the disciplinary culture, all of those things. The more tailored it can be, the less susceptible it will be to this kind of government interference.
And I would go add on to that, Julia, that, you know, one man's wokeism is another man's critical consciousness, or person's, right, critical consciousness. You know, just like in propaganda studies, you know, we find that in the work that I'm doing now, that, you know, from the beginning of propaganda, 1930s, Edward Bernays, when you go back to information, misinformation, and the capitalization of that information to persuade the masses, you know, undermining that is the reality that one person's education is another person's propaganda. So when you ask, how do we get our GOP friends to see what we're saying? That's why it's this conversation that you're having and drawing that line in the sand at this moment in the legislative process, and getting our policymakers that are on our side of the team, right, helping them work with the members of the other side of the team that are willing to come to and establish a common ground. Dr. Martin Luther King was not able to do that without the white allies and those allies that saw a common ground and a way forward for our country, and that's where we are today. And I say that's a best practice that we can continue to work on.
Thank you. Wow, what an amazing panel. Such wisdom, such powerful words, statements. We need to move the needle on this, right? And so I think that what we're saying, on the one hand, there is this critique against the policies, but on the other, there's this broader agenda to get more of us involved in the political and the policy process, but in a way that actually is building and enhancing us as individuals, in community, working together, this Black, brown humanity and white allies, intersectional, intergenerational, Gen Z inclusive, that comes together to stand on the other side and be that beloved community. I love how it sounds in Spanish, by the way, el pueblo amado, the beloved community, Martin Luther King's dream. Why can't we do that? I think that we can, and I think we've been doing it. I think we're doing it, but it needs to go to scale, and it needs to be something that we experience in the flesh, in our churches, in our community. We need Black, brown dialogues everywhere. We need to have so much like hands-on, minds-on, time focused on our communities through policy, without which we are in trouble. Young people, if you're listening to this, we really want to frame this for you as your agenda. I mean, we're gonna, at some point, as older people, you're gonna not be here. We're gonna hand over the baton to you, and you need to be prepared. You need to be involved, and don't be looking anywhere for this in the wrong places. Come to the right places. Go to the pledge, take the pledge that's on your screen, sign up with us so that we can be connected. And there's no other way. There's no other way than to just do the work. You learn the work by doing it. Okay. I mean, you can learn a lot from your classes, and the knowledge is important, but what we have to do is really come together as Gen Z. Gen Z is, again, the most diverse generation in the history of our country. They are responsible for those midterm slivers right, that resulted in victories across the nation. They are also a generation that sees themselves as a cohort, unlike any other previous cohort. Why? Because of technology. They are digital natives. You have so much power at your fingertips. And I want to talk to teachers directly. Teachers are so beat up, and that's intentional because of the forces that want to privatize public education, that are doing it, that want to charterize, that want to corporatize, and they can only succeed if people feel that the public education system is broken. And that manifests in policies to defund, to underfund, and ultimately to miseducate and undereducate. What we know about educating is that at equal levels of education, Black and brown people vote at the same level as whites. So historically, what has happened is the white primary, the poll tax, we've had gerrymandering, and beyond all of that, over time, systematically, has been the disenfranchisement of our communities through the undereducation and the miseducation of our youth. That has to stop. It has to stop now. We have to become a voice for change so that we can create a beautiful world. And you know what? For those that fear this, I like what you're doing, Rocky, talking to our conservative brothers and sisters, our white brothers and sisters, right? I like what you're doing, I like what you're saying, because I think that there's clearly a misunderstanding here. There is nothing to fear from this. What we teach is redemptive, right? How many of us in our classrooms, our students are white students, my white students right now, all of my students, they say, why is it that I have to be in a graduate program to finally be getting this for the very first time in my entire education? Why didn't I know about the Japanese internment camp experience? Why didn't I know about the Uvalde walkout, right? And now we have, of course, what's happening in Uvalde, and history, it revisits us, right? In ways that if we're not educated, leaves us ineffectual and disempowered. Gen Z teachers, educators, leaders, administrators, faculty, what we need to all do is come together. And it's not just Gen Z, okay? I want to be inclusive of younger millennials and millennials. We're generationally inclusive, but our young people are taking it on the chin. And that's a generation we could lose, by the way. You know, we could lose them if they see that we're not uniting, if they see that we're not coming together to be a vehicle for positive change. And that is what is at stake here. And you know what? The right knows this very well. They know this very well.
And the right, actually, Dr. Valenzuela, to your point, the right knows how to get out the vote. And that's why we're in this situation, realistically. You know, we got Republican leadership up and down. So the reality of this situation becoming real is like, I tell my chair, Dr. Basato, hey, if this goes through, in the language in the bill says September 2023, that means entire programs are not getting new fiscal year money, teachers' salaries, et cetera.
Yeah, and I think it's so important. I mean, we'll listen to the students now, but it's so important for the students to understand that we're in crisis. And if we just sit down and we let this happen, it's going to happen. And students' lives are going to be impacted greatly. And so I really encourage the students not only to be active, but to get everybody else active, because really the gains that we've made in getting UT Austin to reach Hispanic serving institution status and to diversify our students, the threat is that, right, the faculty will not be as diversified, right, or the content will not be as diverse, even though we are in HSI, if we don't all act. And so I don't want the students to depend on us, and I don't want us to depend on the students, right? We all have to act. And we all have to understand that this is a crisis and this is a dire need for folks to get active.
Absolutely, absolutely. I am aware, by the way, that within Black-Brown Dialogues on Policy, that there is a Black-Brown Dialogues on Policy Next Gen group that is forming, and that will become a presence. And so I do want our young people to feel that they are a part of this movement. Take the pledge for diversity, equity, inclusion. Go to the QR code. That will take you to our website where we can be in regular communications with you. I think that's it. I'm so pleased that I think, covered a great deal of issues. Exciting morning, and yeah, looking forward to our next panel. The next panel is our Gen Z panel. Our students, this is our way to be interactive virtually. That panel will now respond to and reflect on what you've just shared. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
This panel, the Gen Z panel, will come in and talk about what they feel, think, what occurs to them as they hear us, boomers, or older millennials or Gen Xers, talk about them and how these policies are affecting them, and how diversity has been important to them. That's very important. They've lived this life of having gone to higher ed institutions, of experiencing diverse initiatives. So we'll be right back. Welcome back. Okay, we've got some feedback here. Okay, I think we're good. This is live, okay? So these kinds of things happen. But yeah, just wonderful panel this morning on DEI and higher education. And so the structure is now for us to hear from our Gen Z panel, our Gen Z youth. And so the moderator is Pablo Diaz, who is the son of none other than our beloved Tony Diaz, who will be moderating our afternoon panel. Pablo, your turn. We'll switch out here. Yeah.
Hey everyone. So thank you so much to the panel before us. They were great minds discussing their work and groundwork they've done to look and weave through the intricacies of what DEI is to offer. But on this panel today, what we want to really see are the experiences and understanding of what is DEI to young students today. And so we have an amazing panel with students from Geneva, Jesus, Mateo, and Jules, and also Cameron. And so one of the first questions and one of the things I want to pose is really just in reaction to the panel before us, what do you think has... And so one thing to reiterate, and so we have Geneva, we have Jules, we have another student, Jesus, we have another student, Mateo, and finally we have another student, Cameron. And so one of the first things I want to pose to the group is in reactions to the past panel, what are our reactions? How do we feel about what they just said? And I want to first ask that to Jules Collado.
Hi, yeah, it was really interesting to hear how some of the experts are thinking about diversity, equity, and inclusion initiatives and the different attacks that we're facing from the legislature right now. And I just really want to underscore some points raised by Dr. Flores and Dr. Cleland, and kind of marrying the 2 points that they made. First about merit, and second about the impact of not learning our own histories. And I think sometimes when it's framed that we're going to focus only on merit, people think that's a good thing, that's logical, that makes sense. It should be about who's the most qualified. But when we think about Dr. Cleland's point that if we're not taught our histories, if we're not taught that our contributions to literature, to leadership, to the progress of the US, then we're not going to think that, then how do we expect people to see anything that we're doing as meritorious? And I think that's just a really important point when we think about and push back on conversations around merit and removing diversity, equity, and inclusion programs.
Yeah, now Mateo, what were your thoughts on the past panel?
I really like how they framed it. It's really our generation. It's our generation's fight that's about to come up. I like how they framed it into they're fighting for us and fighting for what we want to see in our colleges and in our future. So I think that was very impactful and very meaningful that yes, they are fighting this fight, but in reality, we need to also be fighting this fight too. We need to be voicing our opinions because sooner or later, it will come down to us to be able to pick up this mantle and carry it for the next generation.
Yeah, really hitting that point home that we are as much of a part of the movement as anyone else is. Now, Geneva, what were your thoughts on the panel before us?
I would just say really echoing Dr. Cleland's point about connecting students to their heritage in ways that they haven't had the opportunities to learn. I can personally speak to that point and the importance of learning about my history, which has really empowered me and strengthened my racial identity. And then echoing what Dr. Flores said about we can't deny what happened in the past because it will continue to persist in the present and the future. And ensuring access to education, which includes acknowledging our country's racist past, ensures economic opportunity and expansion, which is really beneficial for everyone.
Yeah, those are great points to hit on. And now, one of the great things that we wanted to bring with this panel is discussing our experiences, especially with DEI. And so, what I would like to start off with is how is DEI and the programs and everything that is attached to it, especially around your life, how has that impacted you? And I'd like to start with Jules again at that point.
Yeah, so I think I'm someone that DEI, especially when thinking about higher education, has painted my whole experience. I remember getting access to free college visits and overnights at colleges through DEI programming. I went to an orientation program that was identity specific right before classes started, so I would know how to navigate Michigan and have a group of friends and feel a sense of community. My jobs on campus were all in DEI offices. I was a part of cultural organizations, and even right up until graduation, I had a cultural graduation ceremony and award ceremony to attend. So it really saddens me to think about the next generation of students potentially not having DEI programming, because that is what got me through college. That is what taught me how to navigate. That is where I had my professional connections, academic mentors, everything that got me to grad school today here at UT.
Mm-mm. Yeah, so clearly DEI has shown that just have followed you through and through from middle school, high school, especially in higher education since you're a PhD student at UT Austin. Now, I think one of the things I want to dive into is in Lubbock, one of the reddest places you can be in Texas. Mateo, how has your experience been with DEI? Have you felt the same praise and acceptance into it?
Yeah, I definitely think I went to Texas Tech, obviously, and I graduated from Texas Tech just December. But DEI here is very interesting because we kind of built Texas Tech identity on DEI. It's very proud of it becoming a Hispanic serving institute, as well as having an office for DEI that has many categories that fall under it. And we are still in the process of building cultural centers on the campus. So it's very impactful in our community here at Texas Tech. One of my biggest thing and impact for me is that I'm a journalist as well. I was a journalism major. I'm a current journalist in Lubbock, and just to see the impact of it on my life is truly extraordinary. I was fortunate enough to kind of connect with my heritage, like the panelists before said, through classes, through cultural organizations, through cultural ceremonies. So I was able to connect with my heritage through that way. And as well, I also am an openly gay man here in Lubbock, Texas. So one of the reddest counties, as you said. So it's very interesting to kind of be able to be accepted in a red county and be able to live my life how I wanted to on campus, and to be given the opportunity and the tools to excel, because I was editor-in-chief of the Daily Toreador, the student-led publication on campus, and that's so impactful to me as being one of the few openly gay editors-in-chief of that publication at Tech, and also in the Big 12. So it just meant truly a lot to me, and I could not have done that without the impact of DEI initiatives on campus.
That's really great to hear. Now, Geneva, being one of the other PhD students on the panel today, what are your thoughts on how DEI has affected you, but also being in this climate of academia, how is it affecting you currently, and what are your views about it?
So I would say, as a Black woman who attended an HBCU and now transitioning to a PWI, it's really disheartening hearing some of the anti-DEI legislation coming around in Texas, because I really want the ability to create and maintain environments in my education.
Oh, sorry.
I would like the ability to create and maintain environments in my education and workplace that really allow my identity and other students' identities to thrive. I want to be in spaces that recognize things like power and privilege and work to address hostile environments and practices so that they don't continue to exclude or harm students who have diverse identities. And I would say DEI is really essential to not only diversify the student body, but also aid in student retention and supporting students and protecting our existence. And I would say that UT still has a long way to go when it comes to diversifying the student body and faculty, which is why diversity, equity, and initiatives are so important. And trying to stifle DEI in higher education really lowers the brand of Texas and UT Austin. Texas institutions, certainly not the flagship institution of Texas, cannot pride themselves in being the best without supporting all students.
Thank you so much. And it's interesting that the language surrounding this is oftentimes protecting our existence, ensuring that we as a people who are as much a part of America as anyone else even requires these things to stay, you know, stay equitable in these climates. Now, one of the questions I want to pose to one of the people is, Mateo, you are from Lubbock, where one of the representatives is Tepper, who is at the forefront of anti-DEI legislation. How does it feel to be in this almost hostile environment and yet be attempting to express notions of LGBTQIA plus inclusion and being Latino? How does it feel to be in that environment?
It feels very weird. I want to say it's very contradictory of his bills because he is representing Lubbock. He is one of our major representatives here. And I said Texas Tech is very prideful in its DEI initiatives on campus. So for him to bring these bills and to advocate for these bills is very confusing to me at this point. He is a freshman representative from here. So this is his first term. He just barely got elected. So it's kind of interesting to kind of see him take on such a big initiative and one that very much contradicts his biggest constituent here in Lubbock. So it just fathoms, it like boggles my mind mostly just to think that he is at the forefront of this and champion this more or less. So we'll see how these go. And he has so many bills on the docket that deal with DEI and killing so many aspects of it, more or less, that we have to be very mindful of those and keep an eye on those very, very closely.
Especially, yeah. And so everyone here, I mean, being in a climate where we have seen books of our history being banned, we have seen rhetoric behind LGBTQIA plus communities being heard, especially in the current drag show policies in other areas closer to the East Coast. I guess the main question, especially for many Gen Zers, is, which is weird saying that, is about this rhetoric. Do you ever feel like there's hope for a better future, or are a lot of these policies around you, around the groundwork, are you ever fearful of the future? Does this very panel invoke hope? Being in cities where they're possibly red. Juliana, I would like you to speak about if being in UT and around these environments if it invokes hope for the future of DEI.
Yeah, I think something that's really important to consider here is all of these bills have been sensationalized, whether they're bills coming out of the Texas legislature or bills coming out of Florida, that make it seem like on a national conversation that these places are so backwards, blah, 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 blah. And I think something that's really, really, really important to think about is the millions of people that aren't being represented and are being actively harmed by these bills going up in the ledge. I think people, when they see these stories and see these bills, think that that's how everyone feels. But we are people that are systemically underrepresented, disincentivized to vote and be active, and being represented by people that don't represent our interests, our best interests. So I think something that makes me hopeful is that we have a lot of people here doing the work, fighting the fight. And I think there's a lot of momentum building, particularly around these DEI bills, and not letting them pass. So I think that's something that gets me hopeful, is that I know there are so many people here that are have the same concerns, that are mobilizing, organizing, and trying to elevate our voice that they've been trying so long to silence.
And same to you, Mateo. Please, what gives you hope for this?
Yeah, I think these panels, of course, and just being able to take the pledge and be able to interact and be in the know of what is going on down in Austin is very hopeful to me, because it's connecting our generation to these bills in real time, more or less. We are able to voice our opinions. We are able to call our representatives, our senators, and be like, hey, we're not for this. This is going against what we stand for. So please represent us in that way. And it's very much helping us lead, give our representatives accountable to what we want to see in the state legislature. So yes, these panels are give me very much hope of our future, and hopefully it inspires the next generation and the generation after us to take up the mantle with us at this point, and to advocate to their parents, to their parentals, to the guardians, to be like, hey, these issues are going to impact me sooner or later. So let's help them fight them now.
And Geneva, please finish us off with this hope question.
Yeah, I would echo my fellow panelists and say that I am very hopeful for the outcome. I would say with the organizing that has been in the community as a UT Austin graduate student, I would say I definitely am hopeful, just educating myself and my fellow peers and equipping ourselves with the tools that we need to really impact this. I know in the past we have progressed so much as a society, and it gives me a lot of hope to see how much change has been made in the past, to see how much change can be made in our future as well.
That's amazing, yeah. And it's nice to feel all these conversations again that fuel what Gen Zers are speaking. But Juliana, did you have one more thing to say?
Yeah, I think something else that's important, and what I think about a lot, is that just the conservative framework is trying to conserve a way of life. And I think the attacks that we're seeing right now are people responding to changing demographics and a thought that their way of life is going to change and die out. So I think, honestly, these attacks that we're seeing are a sign that we're winning the long-term battle, the long-term war, and they're trying to silence us and push us away as much as possible. So I think when I see these bills coming up in the legislature, it's definitely saddening. But I think part of me is like, they're doing this because they know how powerful we are, and they don't want to see us at our full strength.
Yeah, I think it really speaks to the notion that when lawmakers are banning children's books, they might be a little scared of how much power we can attain. And I think furthering these points is a lot of it just feels like we're just normal citizens, and we want to have environments that aid in fostering and allow us to really get all the opportunities that should come to us. And so one last final question that we want to comment on is, the panel before us really talked about policies and this legislation. Now, one thing I want to ask these panelists today is, because we are on the groundwork, because we are experiencing what DEI has to offer and what it's been offering to us, is what are your future thoughts for what DEI should have to offer? Do you think this is just a stepping stone? Do you think this fight do you think we're nearing the end of the fight, or do you think there's so much room to go and this is just one of the hurdles that we are going to overcome? Juliana, please, your thoughts first.
Yeah, well, I think obviously right now we're still dealing with the historical and systemic ramifications of a lot of different things. So DEI initiatives are doing the work to address those needs. But I hope down the road we won't need DEI initiatives, because people truly will be included. Everyone will have access to higher education and the resources that they need to get here and succeed here. So right now I'm trying to protect DEI, but I hope that we get to a place long-term where we've addressed these inequities and built up infrastructure so that they don't exist anymore.
Great thoughts. Mateo, to speak to that, being on the ground floor of this journalistic idea.
Juliana brought up a good point. We are just at very start of this fight, we are trying to protect what we have right now. And hopefully in the future, we are able to advance these equities and these inequalities and make sure that they are addressed and fixed. I think for the future of DEI right now is just trying to protect and making sure that the lawmakers are understanding where we're coming from and why we want them, why we need them. It's about protecting our identity and making sure that everyone has a voice in this conversation, whether it be at higher education, at the state level, at the federal level. It's all about everyone having a voice. And these bills are more or less trying to pose a way of silencing these voices that are more or less not heard all the time and that are not advocated all the time. So these bills must be able to advance in the future and be able to give everyone a voice.
Yeah. I think one of the best things about these conversations is it invigorates, one, just the fact that there are students around me that hold the same perspectives. And sometimes it can feel alienating to feel all these views from people. Now, Geneva, can you please give us your thoughts on the future of what DEI should offer and what it can offer?
Yes, so just echoing what Mateo and Juliana said, I would say that the fight is definitely not over, but it does start with policy change. So we are really in the thick of it right now. And I would say that with DEI in the future, it also should include like explicit language that protects our identities and creates environments that supports our existence. One of the reasons I'm even able to attend UT Austin is because there were policies that said, you can no longer discriminate on the basis of race or gender when it comes to institutions in the US. So I would definitely say that we need to mobilize and we need to engage with others to continue in the fight. But I'm very hopeful for our future.
That's amazing. And I think one thing to leave off on is especially what's one question we should pose for the panelists in front of us that we should think about and really possibly have large repercussions for. Are there any last thoughts you want to leave off for the panel in front of us? Anyone?
I can jump in.
Yeah.
I think something that's really important, and I think the panelists before us highlighted this, that Gen Z is powerful. We're the most diverse, most progressive generation in US history. And even with the midterm elections, we broke records for participation in voting. That is something that is like unseen from decades ago. So I think there's a lot of energy, a lot of momentum building among our generation. And Dr. Valenzuela mentioned that we have Bbdp Next Gen, who have been organizing students on campus to research and track these bills, to organize a student event, to create like communications materials, all of this stuff to help mobilize students around these bills that have been filed. And I guess my question for them is, what else do you think we need to do to win this fight, to kill these bills?
Yeah, and it's great just really hearing and reiterating the point that us young people are the most progressive. It's almost to see that these old legislatures, they're fighting to conserve whatever power they have left for as little time as possible. Because at the end of the day, if young people like us are going to have these discussions more and more often, then it's purely a matter of time before we get to a point when we truly can get rid of DEI, because we all have this proper equity, because we have this proper diversity, and because we have this proper inclusion. Mateo or Jeannie, would you have any final words to say?
Yes, I would say for the next panel, just again reiterating the ways that we can mobilize and organize in students to have the greatest impact on this legislation, and leveraging our power and our voices that we have, and really letting them know like what we stand for and that we aren't going away in this fight.
Yeah, and just echoing that too, is just kind of like, how do we use the tools that we have at our disposal to really get our message out there to everyone that impacts? I know the media is one of the biggest key things that everyone likes to use. So how can we use that to our benefit and make sure that everyone is listening to our voice while we still have them?
Exactly. That's one of the great things. And I think Black and brown policies, especially, are our Black and Brown Policy Organization has done a really good job of attempting to mobilize people from academia to people on the ground. And Dr. Valenzuela has worked tirelessly to just bring that front closer and closer together, especially in the Austin scene. And it's very motivating and hope-inducing just to see and experience. And these great voices here today did a great job of just emulating what they've experienced in their daily lives. And I think so many people who are watching today have experienced some facet of DEI. And these voices today, future on, have just worked to convey and bring to life and light what we've all experienced and what we want to experience. Now, just to reiterate, what we really want to see is people signing up for furthering Black and Brown policy. And so further on, we're going to see a QR code in the bottom right, bottom left that allows you to pledge and write down that you want to sign up for further acknowledgement and further joining of our causes. So please try to scan, send to your friends, and just make sure to keep watching this panel. And thank you so much for watching. And thank you so much to our panelists.
Thank you so much. Wow. You Gen Z students are amazing. Thanks to all of you. You encourage us, and it's so nice to be in communication and for us to be talking to each other intergenerationally, intersectionally, in an inclusive manner, supporting a great agenda, an awesome agenda for inclusion. Um, Now, what we have is a response to the Gen Z panel by the morning panel that began, that I'd like to now bring on. Wonderful, wonderful. We're all here. This is a lot of fun, too much fun. Um, I'm so happy to have all of you back to be able to reflect. I thought the students were amazing. Just, we have a few minutes to just emote or to reflect. What are your feelings, thoughts, reactions? We'll begin with Dr. Cleveland.
Hi again. I'm just really glad that we, have students that are involved, that we have this vehicle for, others to get involved. And I think that, they're right. This is their fight, and I'm really grateful that they're engaged in it. I think that, I don't know, how what the order is of our commentary, but I did want to talk a little bit about merit and diversity, because I think even in my classrooms, when I talk to students about affirmative action, about DEI, a lot of times I think there's this misconception that, well, we want merit, but we also want diversity, as if you have to give up one for the other. And so I really, want to stress that we need diversity, right? We need diversity commitments because, right, of our history of not recognizing the importance of diversity, and us being invisible in these spaces or not present. But all of us are engaged in bringing folks that are more than qualified to be in the spaces that they are. And so there's no sacrifice on merit when we're increasing diversity, right? And so I really kind of want to, emphasize that point, because I think that, sometimes the students will say, well, merit is important, but, right? And it's merit is important, and we also need this. And so I wanted to just reiterate that.
Wonderful, wonderful. Dr. Flores, your thoughts on the panel?
Well, I thought they were wonderful. They do give me a lot of hope, and they seem pretty hopeful themselves. I wanted to comment on a few points. First, I think this idea of the UT brand being damaged in the future is very real. I myself am an alumni of the LBJ School of Public Affairs here at UT Austin. I was very proud to go there. Very proud of the LBJ Museum and all the accomplishments of that era in terms of domestic policy. And so thinking about the future, maybe I feel like I keep saying this a lot. So these policies just don't make sense. I mean, who's graduating from high school? Students of color represent the majority of all students in public schools, yet you want to create an education program that teaches them nothing about themselves, that doesn't equip them for a global society. I mean, are those the kind of students that UT wants to recruit? That any school of quality, any school that wants to promote their brand in a positive way, it just doesn't make any sense to me. So I think all institutions of higher education need to be it's a cautionary tale. Do you really want to reduce your brand? I mean, if you want to talk dollars, your dollars will go down, because who's going to want to go to a school that denies history and doesn't teach even responsible public policy? So that's one thing. So I really appreciated the comment from that student. The other thing of, seeing the young man from Texas Tech, who is a journalist, I keep thinking about the power of inclusion policies for students, who have differing sexual identities, different races, to feel included, right? At Texas Tech, for example, UT and other places who are more diverse sometimes look down upon. I'm not saying UT does, maybe UT students, I don't know. I myself always thought Texas Tech, really, why would you go there? There are no Mexicans, right? It's a different place now, which speaks to the power of inclusion policies, the power of leadership and organizations to do this. So I was really happy to see that. That's a great example, and I just hope they can figure out how to continue it.
The UT brand, Dr. Ogden, or soon to be Dr. Ogden, what are your thoughts? That sounds like economics.
Yeah, I mean, this is Texas. My mom's family, I'm fourth generation, originally from Cedral, San Luis Potosi. My great grandfather, Papa Grande, he was a supporter of the Pancho Villa and the revolution. Wasn't working out. He paid a dime a head, brought over my grandmother and the family, and settled in Victoria, Texas. Opened up first Mexicano restaurant down there, Acapulco, and a bakery. On my mother's side, on my father's side of the family, I'm a native Chamorro Pacific Islander from the island of Guam. We could trace our family very far back, thanks to Spanish and Chamorro ancestral documents and methods. But I grew up as a military dependent, and I grew up all over the world. And coming back to Texas and being in Texas all my life, knowing the history of Texas and my family history, and the stories I've been told, none of this surprises me. And it shouldn't surprise anybody. If it does, then it's more like a historical amnesia. They're really neo-colonial apparitions. That's what they are. That we think and believe that because we were a part of the power and the privilege of the institution, that it was going to protect us forever. But what's really happening here is that white colonial fear. And when I say white, it can be changed with any X or Y. Because in communities of color where color is in power, these same notions conduct themselves. These same practices happen over and over. It's nothing new for humanity. It's nothing new for society, but it continues to be a challenge for democracy and the principles of democracy. And so when I'm listening to the panel that was before us, the young generation there, Generation Z, I hear hope. I hear questions about red fear and why are we going through this, and when are the attacks going to stop? My answer is that they're never going to stop. They never have stopped. We just put our guard down. And while we put our guard down and got comfortable, this movement for this moment in policy history in Texas did not happen overnight. When Obama made it in 2008, that's when the calculations began. When the census was done and the redistricting, that's when it was all implemented. And here we are today. The question becomes how? How do we overcome this? How do we use this generation of cyber digital natives, minority mix, everybody together, intersectionality, to effectuate our message using the mediums that are at our disposal in order to effectuate that persuasion is really the question of how. How is with social media. How is with a canvassing of this state voters, knocking on doors 1 million across all the metro areas and activating voters to call on their senators and Texas legislators to stop these ridiculous policies, these fascist, fear-based policies, and to have faith in the multicultural vision and that reality that we are in right now. That's how.
Julia Brookins, thank you so much, Rocky. We're talking about how. We're talking about what too, right? And you've been eloquent on issues of academic freedom. What thoughts do you have about how? And that is the student's question. Like, what do we do? What is the next step?
Oh, I'm going to be predictable here and say we need more history education. Yeah, I definitely think that's a part of it. There are a couple of things that strike me. Rhetorically, a lot of the proponents of these restrictions like to work in a very emotional space to make their case. They're talking about, oh, these teachers are being mean to the kids. They're making them feel ashamed. They're being naughty. And, we feel guilty. We shouldn't have to feel guilty. And I do think this actually points to something about history and about people's relationship to the past. It's very genuine, and I understand that a lot of people have a relatively unproblematic history with the past, but and that they are afraid of having to revisit that and having, instead of thinking about grandma or great grandfather so and so and just feeling all warm and fuzzy, hey, there's a more complicated thing going on. So I think people's love for learning about the past is definitely a strength, and we definitely try to build on that at the AHA. But I think the affective piece of this is very strong. And I was so happy to see the students, and that they weren't cynical, they weren't jaded, they had, they were awake, or woke, they were awake to the complexities of this. And I'm optimistic for them that together we can at least not backslide, I guess, with some of the progress that we have been making in the last few decades.
So history is so embattled. We have a couple of minutes left. Maybe any of the panelists can respond, but it's so embattled, and it's like, well, whose history is being centered, like at the State Board of Education, and the struggles we've had right over knowledge, and now at the higher education level with House Bill 1604 that wants to really like narrow what gets taught in the college classroom. How do we address that aspect?
Yeah, I do see 1607 seems like a big problem. The clause that made it into the K-12 version of the bill, SB 3, where it says an institution of higher education may not require or make part of a course inculcation in the concept that, with respect to their relationship to American values, slavery and racism are anything other than deviations from, betrayals of, or failures to live up to the authentic founding principles of the United States, which include liberty and equality. I love my country. I believe in liberty and equality. But as a historian and familiar with the historiography of the last, let's say, 120 years, there are a lot of other things you can say about the relationship between American values and American slavery. And this seems like such a gross violation of academic freedom. I mean, I want to hear from someone who thinks that institutions in Texas will be able to reaccredit if this is in force. I haven't heard that argument. I assume everybody thinks, oh yeah, that's fine, we'll just go ahead. It's one thing at the K-12 level, but we're looking at some serious loss of financial aid dollars, as well as all the other things that come with accreditation issues, if that part of the bill becomes law.
Any final comments? Rocky, I know you want to close us out here, I can tell. Or you're on mute.
I'd like to say something.
Okay, sure.
We have to keep thinking about the vote and how our voting rights are being dismantled every day. And so the fight for the vote and protecting our voting rights and our process of voting is the fight. It's our ultimate democratic fight. And there's no way we're going to become a representative democracy if we don't uphold our voting rights. So go vote, register to vote, run for office, teach about voting. I was in Tennessee when I first voted. They tried to deny me the right to vote, saying my signatures didn't match. And I was like, ma'am, I teach public policy. I teach the Voting Rights Act. You cannot do this to me. But if we don't teach about this, we're not going to be able to protect ourselves. So go vote, teach, and run for office.
Yeah, I think it's really important that we understand that we're fighting all of this because we are not properly represented in our legislature. And a lot of that, and most of it, is due to redistricting, right? And taking away, our ability to vote representatively. And so I think that, yes, we want to concentrate on these bills, but I'm really glad that Dr. Flores brought that up, because we really need to pay attention to redistricting. We need to pay attention to all of the other bills that are happening to really take away Black and Latino and Democratic votes, so that the legislature can get away with silencing our histories. And I think the students, based on their comments, were really concerned about that. When they see their histories, when they see their own participation, they feel more engaged, in their education.
Thank you, everybody. Hence the importance of what we're doing, of Black-Brown dialogues on policy, of Black and Brown unity, again, with the idea of Black and Brown being a big, big tent, with white allies. We need everyone on board. We have long histories of allyship with white and Jewish communities, also with our Black and Brown communities. But those are part of the histories that are not shared, are not told. And so if they're not read, it's as if they never happened, right? And so, I mean, just this collective effort to bring this knowledge to light is going to take us in a positive direction. I trust it's not ever both either or, but it's both and. We have to, like basically work the legislature and work the policies at both ends, right? We have to, on the one hand, like we have to like address these bills that are so toxic and problematic, and on the other hand, we have to create a new vision for the future, right? We're not just narrowly focused on what is it, House Bill 1006. Yes, we are focused on that, but we have to also like focus on more broadly about what we're going to do as Black and Brown humanity so that we can take a turn. Now's the time. It's in the air, it's in the water. We have to do this or we're in big trouble. We'll keep it positive though. We have a panel now, a wonderful panel. Thank you so much. This was wonderful, much appreciated. Thank you for your morning. We'll be in touch.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank all of you for sharing and helping me learn. Thank you for this.
Welcome, everybody. So happy to wrap up the morning panel reflections, and then the reflections on the reflections on DEI and the importance of DEI initiatives to higher education. And so now, in the middle of the day, what we've scheduled is a teach-in on critical race theory and its critics, the title of a book published by Drs. Francesca Lopez and Christy Sleater. I read that book. Provided a blurb for that book. I believe Dr. Kumashiro did too. And so these are leading scholars in the nation and in the world on critical race theory and ethnic studies. And so we're so honored and really, really just happy to have this extraordinary panel. Dr. Kevin Kumashiro, who I have been a colleague of in the struggle for so long now. In all these struggles, we all have been in these struggles. Welcome. I will hand over the floor to you.
Well, thanks so much, Angela. Welcome, everyone. This is the teach-in on ethnic studies and critical race theory. What an honor to follow the opening panels that reflected such important analyses, strategies, and reasons for hope, including how these struggles over education are inseparable from struggles to advance democracy. Thanks to Black and Brown Dialogues on Policy, the virtual town hall organizers and co-sponsors, and especially my dear friend Angela Valenzuela, vision for democracy and justice centers on bringing different groups together with the goal of working collectively. Thanks also to all of you who are attending. I'll be our moderator. I'm the former Dean of the School of Education at the University of San Francisco, and I also am the co-founder of a national network of hundreds of education deans across the country who are committed to exactly what this virtual town hall is about, advancing DEI and race equity. That network is called the Education Deans for Justice and Equity. Let me say just a few moments, for a few moments, let me just say a few words about why this session, why this teach-in, and then I'm going to introduce our two amazing panelists. So why this session? Public schools have always been a central site of ideological and political struggle in society, here and around the world, right? It's where societies really are teaching the next generation about who we are and what future we're working towards. And not surprisingly, there has always been struggles to answer those questions differently. So right now in Texas and across the United States, there's been much attention being paid to race, ethnicity, and to curriculum, which is what and how we teach. And one way we can see that is that there's been well over 200 copycat bills across the country in just the past few years, all about censorship around race and ethnicity, and 64 are already laws. We also have a lot of heated rhetoric, disinformation, threats, and increasingly there's a chilling effect. A recent study by RAND showed that 1/4 of teachers across the country have reported that they have indeed already silenced discussions of race and gender in the classroom, and that's nationwide. We know that that number is far higher in states with laws that already have passed. Right? Morale among teachers has plummeted. There's some studies that show it's the lowest we've seen in decades, but there's even studies that show that this is at an all-time low for the history of these studies. And the reported stress level by school leaders has skyrocketed, which is why we're seeing an exodus in both professions. So our goal today is to share what we know from the field of research about education, especially when we look historically and empirically. And we're going to tackle 4 questions. What is and what isn't critical race theory and ethnic studies? What is happening and how did we get here? What is the impact on students when we silence issues of race versus when we discuss and address race honestly? And then what are implications for lawmakers? I'm honored to introduce 2 of the nation's leading scholars on race, curriculum, and educational policy, who, as Angela mentioned, they just co-authored a new book that's due out next month called Critical Race Theory and Its Critics. And they're going to be sharing some of their book's key findings today. We will hear first from Dr. Francesca Lopez. Dr. Lopez is the Waterbury Chair in Equity Pedagogy at Penn State University. She began her career in education here in Texas as a bilingual Spanish-English elementary teacher and later as a high school counselor in El Paso. Her research has been funded by many of the premier national research organizations, including the National Science Foundation, the National Academy of Education, the Institute of Education Sciences, and various foundations. Dr. Lopez is a fellow of the American Psychological Association, a fellow of the American Educational Research Association, and a fellow of the National Education Policy Center. We will then hear from Dr. Christine Sleeter. Dr. Sleeter is Professor Emerita in the College of Education at California State University, Monterey Bay, where she was a founding faculty member. She is the past president of the National Association for Multicultural Education and the past vice president of the American Educational Research Association. She has published, are you ready? over 170 articles and 21 books, as well as 3 novels. She is a fellow of the American Educational Research Association and a fellow of the National Education Policy Center. She is a member of the National Academy of Education, and her awards include the American Educational Research Association's prestigious Social Justice in Education Award. So let's begin with Dr. Lopez. Dr. Lopez, can you please tell us what is and what isn't critical race theory? What is happening across the country right now regarding legislation and policy about critical race theory? And how can history help us to understand how we got here and why?
Great. Thank you for the lovely introduction. I'm thrilled to be here. And so I'm jumping right in and beginning the conversation with your question about what CRT is and what it is not. So what it is, critical race theory, or CRT for short, was born out of a body of research and scholarship that was led by legal scholars who include Derek Bell, he's known as the father of CRT, Richard Delgado, and many others around the mid-70s to examine how racism produces and sustains inequality. So CRT provides researchers and scholars a way to identify the systemic practice of race being used to subordinate. It's not about individual prejudice or bias. CRT has since expanded to many other fields beyond law as an analytical tool that is used by scholars and usually taught in graduate schools to understand persistent inequities. So that's, in a nutshell, a very brief review of what it is. So what is it not? It is not, because it's a theory applied to analyze racism, it really is not something that is being taught in K-12 settings, despite what a lot of people are hearing and reading from news outlets. What you may find in K-12 are ethnic studies, culturally relevant pedagogy, culturally responsive teaching, and many other equity pedagogies. And what they all share is approaches to focus on ways to make sure every student sees themselves in the curriculum. And they also incorporate other equity-focused approaches that have been going on for quite a few years. So CRT is not really being taught in schools. And the big question then is, why is there a controversy? So there's a slide, if it's available to be shared, if that could pop up. And what you'll see if it comes up, and if it doesn't, I'll just describe it, are, if we think of our recent history, they really started around 2019 with the 1619 project. It was being used by 5 school districts across the US. Then shortly after, we have the experience in the nation with the pandemic. And we also have what's been referred to as the summer of racial reckoning after the murders of George Floyd, Breonna Taylor, Ahmaud Arbery, and others. And this really prompted many schools to take intentional actions to really broaden educational experiences for students so that they would be more equitable. And so what we then see is Tom Cotton, as a response, introduced the Saving American History Act to prevent federal funds being used for the 1619 project. This failed, but then is expanded by an executive order that established the 1776 Commission, which then is rescinded by Biden's executive order in January of 2021. But shortly thereafter is when we see all these hundreds of bills that Kevin Commissario mentioned, right, across 40 states, all under this umbrella of CRT, with language mirroring the original executive order. And so these bills have come to be known as education gag orders, precisely because of what was described. They create a chill factor in classrooms. They are intentionally vague, and that is one of the reasons that there's a chill factor, because teachers are unsure of what they are and aren't allowed to actually teach. And so we're actually experiencing a strategy that has a very long history. It's the use of racial language, an earlier panel mentioned this, right, to fuel racial anxieties that aim to create support for really unpopular policy agendas. And so if we have the next slide available, all of this really started, the co-opting of terminology was also mentioned in an earlier panel, but it began with Chris Rufo using a vague term that no one really knew about, that incited a panic that students were being indoctrinated and that white children were being made to feel guilty, right? And you can see that on the people searching for that term, what does it mean, and an uptick right before elections. So if we can go to the next slide. And so you generally see that CRT went from an unknown term to one that was consistently being used in the news. And we also see a report finding that it was targeting areas that were predominantly white, but were experiencing a growing population of Black and Latino students. And so one of the issues that we're seeing, next slide, is that from research, right, is that people are increasingly in information silos, and the misinformation being passed on is actually part of the very large strategic network of think tanks that have symbiotic relationships with the media, who then broadly distribute this misinformation on old news, things like television, radio, and new media outlets like social media. And so when we look at the things that are being done, we've been here many, many times before. In the 20s and 30s, a researcher created social studies by creating a curriculum that had merged history, economics, civics, geography, and included contributions of people who are not typically centered in today's texts. Teachers loved his text so much so that even during the Depression, they were selling in the millions. And his aim was to create critical thinkers, right? To get information and evaluate the information in classrooms. But the American Legion portrayed the individual to be a communist who was indoctrinating students. Congressional testimony recommended that social studies be dropped from schools and that geography be taught as a separate course focusing only on maps, and that all contemporary issues be totally excluded from the teaching of history. So today's briefing book on CRT, if you go to the next slide, is very similar to the very similar strategy we saw in the 1930s, before that, and even after that. And the key takeaway from all of this information is that this is intentional misinformation that is being spread through fear, and it does not at all consider what the research tells us is absolutely necessary for every single student in our K-12 schools to thrive.
Thank you so much, Dr. Lopez. This leads nicely to our next presenter, Dr. Sleeter. Can you please tell us what is and isn't ethnic studies? What is happening across the country right now regarding legislation and policy about ethnic studies? And what have empirical studies shown about the impact of ethnic studies on students?
Well, thank you, Kevin. And it's a real delight to be with all of you this afternoon. Across the nation, attempts to ban what many people think critical race theory is end up actually banning the kind of education programming that benefits students of color. In many states across the country right now, we see schools and libraries removing books about African American experiences because they mention race and racism. We see teachers afraid to talk about race in the classroom, as my previous colleagues have mentioned, which silences students of color from talking about their own experience. And we often hear that banning things like critical race theory or African American studies takes the politics out of education and restores education's academic rigor. But the opposite is actually true. So let's take a look at ethnic studies, which has become caught in the crosshairs of battles over critical race theory. Ethnic studies, which is not the same thing as critical race theory, came about through demands of students of color for an education that's relevant to them, that speaks to them. For years, I've analyzed textbooks, and I continue to find them very white dominant. In a recent analysis, for example, of 20 widely used textbooks, I found between 0 and 4% of the people represented in the social studies text to be Latinx, and 1 to 12% of the people in the reading text to be Latinx. Now, if you're white, you may not notice this because you do see diverse people in the curriculum. But if you're Latinx, you barely see people like you at all. A lot of kids just tune out, believing that school is for someone else, not for me. Ethnic studies, in contrast, starts with the histories, contemporary experiences, and intellectual knowledge of African Americans, Latinx Americans, Asian Americans, and or Native Americans. And that includes examining how race worked in the group's experience. But it also includes a whole lot else, such as accomplishments of the group, intellectual and artistic creations of the group, and so forth. Ethnic studies represents a history that's honest, hopeful, and healing. And it's important to keep in mind that when students rally for ethnic studies, as the students we heard earlier are doing, they're doing so because they want an education. This isn't a rejection of education, but rather an affirmation of its value. So in our book, Critical Race Theory and Its Critics, Francesca and I synthesized research on the impact of ethnic studies on students teaching about race. Let me share some graphics that show specifically what the research says. And let me have the first slide, please. I was invited by the National Education Association in 2010 to review the impact of ethnic studies on students, review research. And since then, it's been updated in Francesca and my book. I was able to find, and I looked for all of the studies that I could find. I didn't just cherry pick studies that came out a certain way. I looked for everything. 15 studies report the impact of ethnic studies on the achievement of students of color. Many of those are represented on this slide. Some are on the next slide that we'll get to in a minute. But as you can see, looking at the slide, you can see when the research is done, what the curriculum was that the research was looking at, what the grade level was, all the way from elementary school through, there are a couple of them at university level. The research design, the outcomes that were looked at, including things like GPA, graduation rates, et cetera, and whether the impact was positive or not. And if you look down this slide and then the next slide, please, it's positive, 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 with one exception. And that's the one that is in the kind of pinkish, that found no impact, because in that case, the middle class framing of African American culture kind of clashed with the lower and working class framing that the students had. And so the students it kind of didn't sit with them well. But all of the rest of the studies have found a positive impact. Next slide, please. The next slide looks at the impact of asset-based pedagogy, which means building instruction on the knowledge, experience, and other assets, such as language, that students bring with them from their homes and communities. All kids benefit from asset-based pedagogy, but students of color are less likely to receive it than white students are, largely because they're more likely to have teachers from backgrounds other from their own backgrounds. Now, this slide represents studies of interventions in which teachers learn specific ways to recognize and build on students' linguistic and cultural assets. And as you can see, all of the studies found a positive impact on students' academic learning. The reason why ethnic studies make such a consistently positive impact on the academic achievement of students of color is that it validates their experiences and takes the questions they bring about those experiences seriously. Students who had seen much of their education as irrelevant suddenly see it as highly relevant and interesting. So when we pass legislation banning what many people think is critical race theory, or any teaching that some white people feel is divisive, what we're doing is making educators afraid to teach a curriculum that has a strong demonstrated track record in improving the achievement of students of color. Now, what about white students? I often hear. Well, fear about critical race theory leads some people to argue that schools should not teach about racism at all, because doing so is divisive and makes white students feel uncomfortable. Next slide, please. This next slide summarizes the research on the impact of ethnic studies on white students. Most of this research has been done at the higher ed level, although some of it is also at the K-12 level. And essentially what the research finds is that when students have ethnic studies that includes a systemic analysis of inequality, that has a positive impact on students, white students, because it gives them an alternative way of understanding racial inequalities they see, other than dipping back into the negative racial stereotypes that all of us learn, which for a lot of white students is the only way they have to understand racial inequality. Students develop greater empathy for the group that the curriculum focuses on. If there's cross-group interaction, that only strengthens the positive impact. The impact is greater on white student attitudes than on the attitudes of students of color, mainly because this is newer for white students. And instruction taking students' actual questions into account is more powerful than instruction that doesn't. And for teachers, learning how to teach diverse racial groups experience well does take practice. And unfortunately, that practice gets cut when teachers fear they can't address race in the classroom at all because of legislation banning it, so they don't become good at doing this work. It's because of the documented positive impact of ethnic studies on students that the state of California now has an ethnic studies graduation requirement that kicks in a couple of years, as does the California State University system. Throughout the state, teachers are designing thoughtful ethnic studies programs, and school districts that are new to ethnic studies are asking for assistance. In other states as well, because students of color are demanding a relevant curriculum, and because of the research showing that's value, more and more districts are offering, and in some cases requiring, ethnic studies. Many people express concern that ethnic studies brainwashes students into one viewpoint that opposes the mainstream. People who have this concern generally have not been in ethnic studies classrooms. If they were, they would know that what's being taught is usually more than one perspective, and students are usually challenged to think their way through complex problems that have multiple points of view. So my main point, kind of connecting with what Francesca said, is that critical race theory has been framed in the media as an anti-American villain that is ruining education. Teaching practices that have a strong positive impact on students and little or no connection to critical race theory have been lumped into this villainized label. This framing was intentional. The purpose behind this scare tactic, I think, has been to galvanize white voters to show up in the 2022 and 2024 elections and to silence communities of color. In the process, education practices that actually benefit students have acquired an anti-American label, which scares not only teachers but parents. We need to recognize the scare tactic for what it is, and we need to support honest stories of the diverse peoples of this nation. We need to support ethnic studies, which clearly benefits students.
Thank you so much, Dr. Sleeter. In this panel, what we hope to show is that there's lots of research that help us to understand the ulterior and political motives of silencing race and the educational and social benefits of addressing race. Can we just take 1 minute for each panelist to kind of help us wrap up by helping us think about, as Texas considers legislation regarding critical race theory, ethnic studies, DEI, curriculum, and so on, what suggestions do you have for legislators and policymakers? Can we begin with Francesca?
I think the key thing is exactly what you described. They need to look to the evidence, right? If the goal of education is to ensure that every student has the opportunity to thrive, and if you think of the economic and all the other imperatives that come along with that, then we need to look to the research, which suggests, obviously, that asset-based pedagogies, ethnic studies, and other approaches that value all students be incorporated rather than banned. So the key takeaway is look to the research evidence. And I do not mean the think tanks that are, spreading propaganda where they have an in-house group of people doing research that isn't really research, but rather the very rigorous evidence that goes through peer review and is available, right? And there's many of us that are more than happy to share what that evidence is.
Thank you. And Christine?
And I think my final takeaway is listen to the students. This is their future. This is about them. And they care. They know what makes sense to them. And they have a lot to share. And I think we need to listen to them.
So amazing. We want to conclude with a final thought that takes us back to how we began this teaching. I mentioned that schools have always been significant sites of ideological and political struggle. And not surprisingly, schools can and do operate in contradictory ways. They can train us to stay the course and even repeat unquestioningly the problems of the past. But at the same time, they can build our capacities to imagine and build towards a better future. And so our job isn't to sweep these contradictions and tensions under the rug, but rather to dive into them, whether we are elected leaders or young people in schools and universities today. And it's such an honor to be in this virtual town hall with the voices and attendance of many youth organizers and leaders in Texas and beyond. And we look forward to seeing what changes you make possible as you push us all toward a better future. Lots of amazing sessions coming up. I hope you all will stay. Thanks so much, everyone, for joining. And I'm going to hand the microphone back to Dr. Valenzuela.
Welcome back, everybody. Please go to our website, blackbrownpolicy.org, and take the pledge. There's a QR code that you're seeing throughout the day. If you go to that QR code, that will bring you into our website so that we can be in contact with you about future actions, steps that we're going to take after this event is over. I'm just so impressed, just feel so educated and informed by the entire morning, including the panel we just heard that distinguished critical race theory from ethnic studies. We know that the allegation has been cast upon us that we are indoctrinating youth in a woke agenda, and that is not true. When we're talking about critical race theory, it's one of a multiplicity of frameworks. It is simply not true. And not only that, but higher ed is not an echo chamber. We are not. We are what some of us call an epistemic bubble. I mean, we might have certain leanings, but that bubble can be popped. And my bubble's been popped many times. And all of ours have. And that's what growth is, what it equates to. So we want to grow, all of us, and especially in a positive direction. And what we're talking about right now is unity. That's positive, right? It's not hateful. It's not spiteful. It's about bringing us as Black and Brown humanity together. And just so happy to present our next panel. And thank you so much for being with us, your staff. We've had just so happy to have you with us as our representatives, our leaders, our sheroes, our heroes, because we depend on you. We depend on your leadership so that we can move forward as a state. And we're well aware that our caucuses have been working together, and there's a long history of working together. And so just want to take this opportunity to thank you and to have you comment now on what you've heard in the past sessions, or on the work of the Texas Legislative Black Caucus and the Mexican American Legislative Black Caucus. In the room, we have Victoria Ñave Criado from the Mexican American Legislative Caucus. We have Chair of the Texas Black Legislative Caucus, Representative Ron Reynolds. And we also have Representative Cristina Morales out of Houston, who is Vice Chair of the Mexican American Legislative Caucus. And so the floor is yours if you'll unmute yourselves. And maybe we can begin with Representative Reynolds. What are your thoughts based on what you've heard this morning?
Well, first of all, I am so proud to be here on such a distinguished panel. And Doctor, I want to thank you for assembling us at such a time as this. It is a critical time that we have this Black-Brown dialogue on policy. These are really tumultuous times in our country, not just at the federal level, but right here in Texas. And I don't want to steal my colleague's thunder, but I'm outraged at the recent release House Bill 20 that came out, that was filed yesterday. There's been so many oppressive policies by this state that are misguided, that are really shaping the narrative for the country. It is a I'm ashamed that Texas is doing this because our diversity is our strength. This country was founded on the backs of immigrants, and our diversity has made Texas one of the best places to live, work, and play. Based on the 2020 census, 95% of the growth over the last decade was because of Asian Americans, Hispanics, and African Americans. But the largest growth was from the Hispanic population. And I love our growth in the Hispanic population. It's helped Texas to be the ninth largest economy in the world. And so it's working. And so it's unfortunate that Governor Abbott and those who are catering to the far right of the MAGA movement has chosen to target African Americans and Hispanics to as a wedge issue, as a political issue. Your former panel was right, and I will just say that we are stronger together. So I'm happy that we're having this dialogue to wake people up so that they're informed, empowered, and they can be engaged in the political process and help us push back and say, not on our watch will we allow these divisive policies to hurt our state's present, our state's future, from all the progress we've made, from people making good trouble, advancing civil rights, voting rights, women's rights, rights for Black and brown communities. And we see slowly but surely the rollback and the repeal of many of those protections that our forefathers, whose shoulders we stand on today, fought so hard for. So I'm proud to join in with my colleagues. I fully support ethnic studies. I think this nonsense of critical race theory, as your previous panel articulated, is nonsense. And we have to educate the public because there's so much misinformation out there promulgated by Fox News and others on the far right that is to cause wedge issues for partisan political purposes. So this is a way to dispel it. This is a way to peel the onion back so that we speak with clarity and facts. And I'm so honored to be here today.
Thank you so much. Representative Nyave, can you please weigh in?
Yes, thank you so much. I'm also honored to be on this distinguished panel, along with our Vice Chair, Cristina Morales, who's really taking such a leadership role and making sure that we advocate for ethnic studies, which would be really significant in all of our schools right here in Texas. My name is Victoria Nyave Criado. I serve as the chair of the Mexican American Legislative Caucus. We are the largest and oldest Latino caucus in the entire country. I'm from Dallas. I represent House District 107, which includes Dallas, Garland, and Mesquite. And I want to thank our colleagues with the Texas Legislative Black Caucus and Chair Reynolds for their leadership and our longstanding relationship as caucuses. For over 50 years, our sister caucuses have been aligned in a common struggle, battling some of the most discriminatory legislation our country has ever seen. I've looked back at some of the founding documents of our caucus and looking at the things that they have been fighting for are some of the same things that we're fighting for today. In today's time, in the past few sessions, for example, in 2017, from coalescing against the Show Me Your Papers Senate Bill 4 to pushing for common sense public safety reforms through the George Floyd Act, our caucuses have shared this common struggle against racial oppression. And together, we found ourselves last session in good, necessary trouble as we broke quorum in 2021 to highlight the attack on our voting rights. And for us, while it makes sense for us to work together as groups, what was really striking to me was when Vice President Kamala Harris talked about our Black-Brown relationships in Texas as legislators and how our strength together helped shine a light on the injustices that were occurring with respect to voting rights. And as Chair Reynolds mentioned, as late as just last evening, when the deadline to file legislation in the Texas legislature, we saw one of the most hateful proposals we have seen in House Bill 20. And together, we, with our caucus, along with the Legislative Black Caucus, the Legislative Study Group, and the House Democratic Caucus, swiftly and unified, jointly responded against this legislation. We know that that legislation, which is essentially creating vigilante death squads, people, if you can think of like Proud Boys or Minutemen, who are going to be given authority under the law, and essentially we know will be harassing and targeting our community, our Latino citizens, is devastating. It's dangerous. And not just that, it's unconstitutional. It violates the preemption doctrine, the equal protection clause, and so many other provisions in our Constitution and that are just fundamental tenets. So we're going to work hard all through session and beyond to fight legislation like that. And both of our caucuses were founded 50 years ago. And back then, our members were outnumbered in the legislature, but our founders knew how paramount that building political alliances and coalitions was, how necessary that was to effectively influence policies. There's strength in numbers, and I'm so honored to work alongside Representative Vice Chair Cristina Morales, our MALC board members, and Chair Ron Reynolds, his board and members with the Texas Legislative Black Caucus to fight against oppressive bills and advocate for legislation that's going to be beneficial to our communities in Texas.
So I wanted to just insert right now, if you heard Senator Royce West this morning, and we were talking specifically about the DEI bills, and I would add the Ethnic Studies House Bill 45 as part of the menu of bills that we are focused on right now. He's saying that we need thousands of people to show up and sign up to testify. Would you agree with that, Representative Morales, as a strategy? And are there any other strategies that we need to be thinking about? Thank you so much.
I'm not sure who that question was for. Sorry.
For Rep Morales, yes.
Hi there, and thank you so much for your town hall. I've been listening in. Sadly, I missed Senator West's comments, but I proudly am here with two of my colleagues, and I just want to say I'm just so grateful for their leadership, and especially the statement that was put out yesterday when the horrible bill was filed. So thank you both so much, and I'll keep my comments short because I'm going to be on the next panel. But yes, I mean, last session, the strategy for me was to just to be very diplomatic with the way that we were able to get House Bill 1504 last session passed, and to have those face-to-face conversations and, you know, just let my colleagues know that, hey, these ethnic studies courses already exist in our public school system. This was a bipartisan effort to get these courses, you know, that the way they were created. And so, you know, this is just moving it from an elective to part of the graduation requirement. So it was really having those conversations to get it passed. But I think maybe this time we will have to use a little more force because in the last few weeks, I cannot tell you how many times I have stood with Chairman Reynolds and Chairman Nyave at a press conference to talk about the terrible attacks on our Black and Brown community, our LGBTQ community, our disabled community, so many different communities, and it's very sad. So yes, we will have to band together and work collectively to get this passed. Thank you.
Great. Any final comments by Rep Reynolds before we go to our next panel? Thank you.
Absolutely. Our diversity is, again, our strength, and we have to fight. We cannot allow these, I'm just going to say it in plain English, racist policies to continue to promulgate and divide us. We have to speak truth to power. We have to stand together. And as Senator West said, we have to show up in numbers. That we cannot allow these policies to pass, and therefore we need to be present at the hearings in opposition against the bad bills, against diversity, equity, and inclusion, and we need to promote the House Bill 45 for ethnic studies. So let's make our voices heard loud and clear. Don't be afraid. This is your capital. Our future is at stake. We cannot go back. We cannot let it happen on our watch. And I'm so grateful to be working with such great leadership from Mal. And I urge everyone from LULAC to NAACP to MALDEF, everyone, we need your voices heard. Thank you.
Awesome. Awesome. Thank you. Thank you. Wonderful panel. I'm inspired. I hope you are. We do have another panel that's coming up, and it will include the Honorable Cristina Morales, Texas State Representative out of Houston. And so we are going to pivot at this point to panel 2.
Thank you so much, folks. I'm glad you've tuned in to this remarkable program. My name is Tony Diaz de Libertaficante, and I'll be moderating this next panel. I'm going to give you the title and then a little about the overview, because what I heard people asking for are for activists and writers. So now you're going to hear more about what's going to happen on the ground and the movement that is taking place to counter this attack on censorship. And I do want to let you know who'll be joining me on the panel, and then I want to give the overview. But I do want to welcome the Honorable Texas State Representative Cristina Morales back. I know she was on the previous panel, but love to have her back with us. She's also representing Houston, and we had a lot of Houston energy on the whole show, which I love. Then we also have the Honorable Aisha Davis, Texas State Board of Education member, and that her territory covers some of Dallas as well. So great to see you. Thank you for joining us. And then we also have Dr. Valerie Martinez. She's the chair of the K-12 committee of the National Association of Chicano Studies de Hasfoco, which I'm proud to be a member of. Dr. Martinez, great to see you. We got to hang out yesterday at the Latino Bookstore in San Antonio. So nice to hang out with you all weekend long and do good works. And then we're also joined by Dr. Dwight Watson. He's Associate Professor Emeritus. That means forever from Texas State University. Thank you all for joining us. We've got the longest panel, so I'm gonna elongate the introduction just a little bit because I think we won't even have enough time. And here's why. Folks who are watching, share this, watch this again, talk about this, because you're not going to get this information on corporate media. I want that to sink in. Corporate media wants to use all the cliches, generalizations, and stereotypes that we talked about to attract eyeballs, to get people to watch, and to sell ad space and make money. They want to make money off of our tensions, our grief. Today's show is countering that at so many levels. I really have learned so much more at each panel. And I kind of want to give the playing field for our panel, because what's really exciting is that each of you represents such a specific lane, but together, this is how the movement works. And I do want to say, I'm going to give the 3 questions that we're going to focus on so folks can kind of see where we're going. And then I kind of want to give the overview. So folks need to see the forest for the trees. So I know I'm hearing a lot of folks are a little depressed. They're feeling anxiety. So the first question we're going to ask of the 3, and then we're going to let it kind of steer the conversation, is what is the playing field like right now? Because again, as I mentioned earlier, corporate media only reports the crises, not our victories, not our unity, not the amazing movements that we are forming in the communities. The second question I'm going to ask our panelists will be, folks want to act. What's one specific project that you want folks to know about where people can then get involved and make an impact in their neighborhood, with their families, with their friends? And then the third issue we're going to tackle, this group is called Black and Brown Dialogues on Policy. Where are some points where our efforts and communities overlap and intersect? Because they do. And I do want to provide a little historical context for what we're talking about. And I'm going to begin answering that first question. But I'm saying all this because I need to remind people, some of the panelists mentioned that these attacks are cyclical. So I need to remind you that in 2012, right-wing legislators in Arizona banned Mexican American studies. If this is the first time you're hearing about it, that's how corporate media works. They have not reminded you that during our lifetime, our culture was prohibited. That's why we became Libre Traficantes. Now, on the flip side, I need to remind folks too, all of us united to overturn that racist law. I talk a little bit about it in my book. It's called The Tip of the Pyramid, Cultivating Community Culture Capital. But I don't talk just about that. We're going to talk about the movements that helped happen, that helped that happen. Because these attacks happen again. And I will say this, we know then, from what you've heard today, we can't repeat what we did 10 years ago to counter this attack. Because I say, those folks that want to censor us, the folks that want to take the books out of our community, have studied all of our movements, and this new approach is countering that. So they're not going to ban Mexican American studies directly. So we've been telling you, well, what are the different lanes? But it's all adding up to teachers being intimidated, and how do we counter that? So I'm going to begin by answering that first question. Folks want to see the forest for the trees, especially right now. So what is the playing field like right now? I'm going to say right now, it's about creating movements. Right now, you're watching the Black-Brown Unity movement coming back in full force. And I will say this, we know that there's certain areas that the folks that want to censor us have taken over, the legislative level, corporate media, and they're pushing these policies. Do not lose hope. There's many places, many pockets where there's so much excitement. So many people are coming together. And I want to talk a little bit more. State Representative Morales. So you're bringing this bill back a second time. So we'll talk about that with the second question. But what is the playing field? You kind of mentioned that you're going to have to change the approach. This legislative session is very different than the first one you introduced. And overnight, last night were some other bills as well. What do you think is going to be a little different? And what do you tell people to focus on as an overview?
Thank you so much for having me, Tony. It's great to be here. And I've just loved the discussion today. We need to as you said, we're not going to hear this on the news, mainstream media. So it's important that we have these discussions and that we can share these discussions. So I'm glad this is being recorded and it's part of our history as we fight back and we take our state back. But the first session that I served in 2019. Many Democrats had flipped seats. There were some Republican seats that were flipped. And so Republicans knew they had to work with Democrats. They had to pass a historical education bill because they realized, oh, people do care about education and making sure that it's funded. But, much has happened since then. And now we have some right-wing conservatives that are now in office, and we passed some of the most horrific bills last legislative session in the 87th. And, as a new member, I don't have a history to compare that to, other sessions. We started with the insurrection right before we got sworn in, and then COVID, everything was going on last legislative session. And then all of these horrible attacks on LGBTQ community, on women's rights. I mean, I was blown away. I thought there was no way they could pass these horrible bills to ban abortion, which is healthcare for women. So they feel very empowered right now. And this session is no different. We're seeing already these DEI policies that are being rolled back, and this horrible vigilante bill that will, people will die from this piece of legislation if it passes. And the fact that it's a legislative priority for the speaker and that it is such a low bill number, we're going to have to fight for every little crumb that we get out of the legislature. And, for the new members that come in, the session starts off so nicely, and, we're this bipartisan feeling where everybody's getting along because we're passing these resolutions to honor people in our districts right at the beginning, because we can't pass any bills for 60 days. So, or hear them on the floor. So and now that they've dropped this bomb today or yesterday on the bill filing deadline, there is just going to be this just terrible polarizing situation that's going to come out of the legislature. So yes, we're going to have to fight now. We're going to have to fight for a small thing that will be a huge thing for Black and Brown community, to make sure that all kids have access to their history, because we've all contributed to the success of our neighborhoods, of our cities, of our state, and our nation. But I'm so proud to have all of you on this call and whoever's listening to help in this fight.
Appreciate that, especially since it's a pleasure to see you serve your community and also serve Texas statewide. But what I hear you saying is that we need this grassroots movement. People have to keep acting. But I do want to just add, it sounds like you're also saying that the tactic seems to be to overwhelm us with so many different bills so that we can't get to the critical point where one issue draws thousands of people at one time. So we can go back to that when we talk about your specific point, but really appreciate you laying the playing field for us. I do want to turn now to the Honorable Isha Davis, who's an acting Texas State Board of Education member. Welcome. Thank you for spending your Saturday morning with us and all you do for public service. And we do want to talk about specific, your specific policy that you want to focus on. But the Texas State Board of Education that you serve in is very different than the Texas State Board of Education that passed the ethnic studies bills that we'll be talking about, that passed the ethnic studies courses that we've been talking about, and acts very differently than then. And there's so many other issues. How do you see the whole parameter shaping up? Because You're also at the Capitol in a different building that some days it seems like that's thousands of miles apart. Other days you see people overlapping. Um, what can you tell us about how you see an overall approach right now?
Thank you. I first definitely want to start by thanking you for having this crucial conversation. This is just absolutely amazing to have this conversation with so many allies and folks who have been fighting for truth. So thank you again for having the conversation and for having me. I do want to start by saying this is a very different board that I'm serving with now than I did when we passed African American Studies. When we passed it in 2020, it was unanimous. All of my colleagues were contributing to the course. They were all excited about the course. When we passed the course and we took our final vote, our chair, he screamed out his vote in support. But now, before the State Board of Education, everything is being tied to critical race theory and to different legislative bills that have passed that are anti-critical race theory. And it's being misapplied to our board because we have not really received a lot of guidance on how it is supposed to be applied to our schools. So you see some of my colleagues just kind of making up rules as we go because we really haven't had any sort of way to know how to apply it. Now, when I look at my board now, I look at, we have a member who was actually at the insurrection. I have several members who signed the Texas First Pledge, which means they've dedicated themselves to doing whatever they can to keep this particular narrative going and not do the best for our kids, for our public schools. So this is the board that we have now that's deciding the standards that every student in Texas has to learn to graduate from a public school. This is so important because, as you guys know, we had our history review last year. And there were some different things that were attempted that we were able to come together and fight. One example was there was a proposal to use the phrase involuntary relocation instead of the slave trade. But together, we came together, we formed a strategy, and we advocated against that. And we were so successful in that fight, it really started to open the eyes of some to think, hey, I think these standards are now to quote unquote woke, when really the attempt was to make sure that every student had a chance to learn about themselves in our history standards. So now that standards is moved to 2025, and I do have some things I do want to talk about when we say we want to talk about impacts on the future. So I'll save that for a little bit. But the board that we have now is making a lot of decisions that will affect students. We definitely need to make sure you're keeping eyes on it, being involved and coming down and testifying before the state board to make sure that the voice of actual Texans, the voice of our students, is really heard as we're making these standards decisions.
I think that you bring up so many great points. I can't resist diving into two aspects really quick. We are going to get to everybody's points, and we are going to get to your specific policies in a little bit. But what I do really like that you brought up is that, one, these generalizations and stereotypes are powerful because you just mentioned here you have logical policymakers who want to create actual, specific policies being led or misguided by these stereotypes. And again, the cliches are rampant, the idea of woke and CRT. And the other thing you mentioned, those stereotypes about woke and critical race theory also affect what you just pointed out. Mexican American history as approved in Texas, and Mexican American history and African American history as approved in Texas were unanimously endorsed. And let's just make this a point, because we remember I do want to add the historical part. Many of us were there when the state board was not that pleasant. Okay, they were arguing against Mexican American history, and it was contentious. And then there was this nice patch where all of a sudden we could come to a consensus. You were remembering that some of the Texas State Board of Education members were helping shape the curriculum that they approved for African American history. Remind us of that, please, because I do want to focus on that.
Oh, sure. So members from both sides of the aisle are contributing to the information that's in the course right now. One of my Republican members, who I never really thought was that interested in the course, came with some facts and some history that I didn't even know of, and that we were all excited to put in there. I will say one of my Republican colleagues is the one who came to me with the knowledge of, uh, oh gosh, I can't think of it, in the Houston area. Um, I'll come back to it. But all of my colleagues, yeah, with Sugarland 95, I'm sorry. But all of my colleagues were contributing to the knowledge that was in the course. And again, that course was adopted unanimously. We were all very excited. Nothing about critical race theory was mentioned to my board during the year of 2020. That didn't come up until 2021, and then it was misapplied to everything. So for my first 2 years on the board, that was never an issue. It was never a topic. It only became a topic once it was sensationalized around the country, and then it was misapplied to the different things that we were doing here in Texas.
Thank you for reminding us of that. That's such an important point, because as we talk about ethnic studies today, Mexican American history and African American history as approved in Texas, it was approved by Texans, by Republican and Democratic Texas State Board of Education representatives, who you just pointed out were deeply involved in that. And what I'd like to say is that that's a beautiful Texas. That is when educators cross party lines to make sure that the American dream is possible through education. So I did want to emphasize that, and we'll go back to the question that we already did. Thank you
Oh,
for.
can I? Because this is really important. So my colleague did bring up, it was convict leasing, which was an extension of slavery here in Texas. So once we found out on Juneteenth, once enslaved people found out that they were free, during the next legislative session, some of those legislators came up with the idea of convict leasing to extend slavery. We do have that information in our African American Studies course, and that was brought to me by one of my Republican colleagues.
That's beautiful. See, I think that is an amazing example of how Texans can come together. I think, and I wanted to emphasize that, so that when people talk about this, they can point out that this is not anything to do with critical race theory or stereotypes about critical race theory or stereotypes about DEI. This is a very different sort of curriculum that's very Texas based, and I think everyone should push their representatives, Republican and Democratic, to live back to that. So thank you for reminding us of that. Dr. Valerie Martinez, we'll talk a little bit more about some of the specific projects you're doing, especially as the chair of the Knox Tejas Foco. But we've been together on bus rides to Austin in the past, fighting for ethnic studies before it was approved. So what's your thoughts on the playing field then versus now, and how are you getting ready for this new era?
Yes, thank you, Tony, and thank you to my fellow panelists. I've loved working with most of you for several years now. I first got into this fight back in 2016 as a newly minted PhD, so during my postdoc year, and at that time we thought we were in a big fight, right? So it was at that time where it was the reject the text campaign. So we were rejecting this text that was producing false narratives on Mexican Americans in the United States, was making just outrageous kind of claims, and we were able to stop the production, right? And then in 2018, we came back, and this is the moment where they changed Mexican American studies to ethnic studies, and then it was colon, but the second half was going to be an overview of Americans of Mexican descent. And this really enraged the community, because for several members who have been in this field for several years, to our elders, right, our scholar elders who fought so hard for Chicano studies, for Mexican American studies in the late 60s and 70s, having this term essentially erased, we questioned, why does the term Mexican American taste like vinegar out of your mouth, so much so that you had to propose this outrageous title? Now, at that time, we all came in droves, right, to essentially advocate for the change back to Mexican American Studies, and we reached that. So it was called Ethnic Studies, Mexican American Studies, and this was very, very important for a lot of us, because we know the power in naming, right, in naming. Now, fast forward, and we know that big driving force in a lot of the backlash, right? These cultural backlashes and cultural wars that happened was because of Trump's election, right? Trump gave everybody the encouragement, if we're going to put it lightly, to speak, right, that they needed, right? All these kind of fears and opposition were brewing in folks, but it was Trump that allowed them to voice that vocally, right? Vocally. Now this might have at the time been a minority, but it has since grown. These people feel empowered by their fear to speak out against all these gains that we've essentially made from the 60s and 70s up until now in terms of creating and promoting ethnic studies courses across the country. So at this time, it is very much driven by these fear-based politics, right? And you have to question your legislatures. You have to question those state board of members of what are you so afraid of? Why does the democratization of knowledge make you so fearful, right? Why are you so fearful that you're, quote, losing your spot, losing your space that you assume was meant for you? So this type of epistemic violence is so profound and very much felt. I mean, you step into the boardroom now, as we did last fall, as we continue to do, and you can feel, right? You essentially feel the hatred, and that's unfortunate because it was a space where we did have board members who were very open to coming to the table and let's talk about these issues. Now, some of these testimonies would fall on these, quote, colonized led ears, right? But we were able to make potential gains. And this is where we had the passing of Mexican American studies. This is where we had African American studies, right? And then now, as we're trying to pass American Indian Native studies and Asian American studies, this, again, is this epistemic violence that is happening at all levels, from the board to the legislature. And it's honestly terrifying. And, but it is rallying folks, right? Like this beautiful conversation that we're having right now, right? Black-Brown dialogues on policy. This is what it's doing. So while we are facing this type of violence in these spaces that were, quote, not meant for us, we will be there and we will continue to do so. And here in the next one, we'll talk about a little bit more on how we can do those. Thank you.
You're bringing up some fantastic history. You alluded to, thanks for reminding us about this, it was this terrible racist textbook with the misleading title, Mexican American Heritage. And this is actually a good example that you bring back, Dr. Martinez, because I'm going to give you the terrible example that was in there. One of them. And it was so offensive. And I want to remind folks watching, this would have been in Texas textbooks and it would have been in quizzes. There'd be young Texas students who would learn the following terrible information, because one of the definitions in that book was the definition for Chicanos are people who want to overthrow Western civilization. Okay. I'm laughing from anxiety. Okay, so students would have been tested with that, and to get an A, they'd have to say that was the answer. Maybe we should remind folks that we all work together to get that out of textbooks, because those children with that terrible stereotypical definition would have grown up to be adults who would think that that's the truth. And I think what people don't realize is that these courses help alleviate these cultural crises that erupt and make news. Why? Because we understand each other more profoundly. I did have to bring that up because you took us there. And I do want to get the overview and insights from Dr. Watson. And I want to remind folks that you are Professor Emeritus, which I admire. And your specialties include African American history and the Civil Rights Movement. And you've got the book, Black Bayou, African American Life and Civil Rights in Houston. With that sort of view of history, what are your thoughts about the current moment for this new era of a civil rights movement? Because that's what we're in.
The new era of the civil rights movement, as we currently are constituted, is one of confusion, because gains were made people assumed that there was a goalpost ahead and we were going to win. But they didn't hear the language that was being articulated as early as 1981 when Lee Atwater comes up with the Southern Strategy to create within the hearts of Republicans and right-wingers this idea that they had to maintain their cultural identity and that anger was legitimate. Reagan comes in, and during the Reagan presidency, Reagan becomes the hero of the Republican Party with its trickle-down economics and all of these things. And the Southern Strategy began to see a demonstrative shift from the Democratic Party to the Republican Party by working class whites who no longer saw themselves in any kind of league with any African American or Chicano in the state. And so I've been teaching now at Texas State for 23 years. And the one thing that has troubled me is that for 19 years nearly, I only had 2 to 3 on average per class of African Americans in my African American history or desegregation of the South. But with that said, I have received letters upon letters from Caucasian students who said if they had not taken my class, they don't know where they would be right now within the context of the Trumpism and this idea of the great replacement theory, which is kind of running antithetical to this evolutionary theory that all nations and all races ultimately go to an apex and a decline. This is not about Chicanos and it's not about African Americans in as much as this is about the acquisition and maintenance of power. And the way we do it is to encourage the rage within the populace that votes. And so these terms that they're using, woke and all this other stuff, I've never ever in my whole life talked about woke in a class. I've never in my life talked about critical race theory in my class other than explaining what critical race theory is for a student who asked the question. These are buzzwords used to unify them. And so we now have to take it upon ourselves to do some research to understand the kind of intellectual impotence that goes into organizing this kind of rage within the kind of hegemonic class or the ruling class in this society. And once we can reach that, then strategies that we are currently talking about can be more effective. It is important for us to understand that this is a fight. This is not just about ethnic studies or Black studies. This is about our very existence as free people having a voice. And to address your questions, I think it is important for us to begin to hold community forums again. For me, as an African American, the church has been the center of my life, and it has been the place where I first learned to speak, where I was able to develop the confidence to stand in front of people. And I attend the church in Houston, Texas now, and we have a social justice ministry. And one of the things I hope to do with the social justice ministry is to donate my personal library to the church to inform people so they can read and start to understand. And now reading is not the only thing I'm advocating. I'm advocating that we continue to push for the right to vote. But we push for the right to vote being informed as to what the opposition will be. Their game is to confuse us to the point that we don't know where to hit. They're flooding the House with all of these bills. But the strategy is to go back to the America that they had in the 1950s and 1960s. And I say no. Now, the historical context would take up too much time. And so I'd like to go back to the panel and answer more specific questions, if I may. Thank you.
Fantastic. I really appreciate that historical perspective, because your insights put into context how this is cyclical. It's very insightful that you point out that there's that confusion where it's very hard to assemble 1,000 people if there's 1,000 fires, as you allude to. And I do like that you got us going into the specifics. So I want to reiterate the specific act you mentioned: town halls, meet with the community. And I think that's vital, especially post-COVID. And that's a great tie-in to our specific second question. Folks want to act. What's one specific project that you want folks to know about? You mentioned that. You also mentioned, I think I've heard it from other folks as well, this means we have to engage the writers and the artists to take back language, to come up with metaphors that speak to our community. And maybe it's those community members, maybe it's in those town halls where the community members come up with the metaphor that will galvanize us. So for me, one of the specific projects, and again, I agree with you, Professor. I too am an activist. I'm not just saying sit back, but we do need time to think and learn. So we're up for that. We're Libre Traficantes. We're up for that. We're good at it. However, the other thing that you've alluded to, and everyone has alluded to, is the chance to empower our community. So one specific project that I'd like to add is that I'm the literary curator for the Latino bookstore in San Antonio at the Guadalupe Cultural Arts Center. I saw Dr. Martinez there last night. We had the kickoff of our Texas Author Series, and it's going to be every second Friday of the month. People can go to the Latino bookstore during regular working hours. And I need to let people know there's one Latino bookstore in Texas, just one. If you think about the population of Latinos, there's just one. And again, as an activist, we created underground libraries when Arizona banned our books. But we also want our books to see the light of day. And that's another. So it's similar to a town hall, but it's during business hours. A family can go, convene, and pick up those books and then open up their imaginations. And we need the community to be engaged in different ways. And we need them to understand and model for each other, their families, that the books and the knowledge are important. And it could lead to family libraries, which can't be banned yet. So they ain't gone there yet. So that's still under our domain. State Representative Morales, I predicted you talk about one of my favorite bills that you have, but I know you've got a lot of other bills now competing for your attention since yesterday. So folks are looking to you for leadership always. If they said, hey, what's one thing I can do? What's the project you'd say, here's your call, do this.
I'm glad you said, here's your call, because you got to call. You got to call your elected leaders and let them know how you feel about the bill that we're trying to pass, HB 45, but also other pieces of legislation that will affect all of our communities. The Capitol is our capital. It belongs to every taxpayer. It belongs to us. The people in that building, they work for us, and they need to hear our voices. And so many times people, they complain about what's going on, but they don't take the time to call their legislators. So it's so important to take the time and to make the phone call. And one thing that we can do this coming week is prepare a script that people can call their legislator and be ready with their, to let them know that, these are certain, this is a certain bill that they want to support. So it is very important. It's important for people to testify on the bill, to talk about how important it is. I love the analogy that one of my colleagues used where he said, you know, we all have a yearbook, and when we're going through the yearbook, we look at, you know, we skip past the clubs and things that we weren't a part of, but when we see our face in it, then that's the page that we look at. And so this history is so important for our young people to feel empowered and to see leaders who look like them. I mean, I can't say that enough. You know, it increases graduation rates. It increases, you know, it drops dropout rates. So, you know, we need people to follow this bill. They can find all the information online, and they need to call their legislators and let them know that they are in support of this bill. And the more phone calls they get, then it'll be noted in their records that many of their constituents are in support of the bill, and you know, hopefully they'll do the right thing and represent their community by voting for the bill, in favor of the bill.
State Representative Morales, I think one thing I see happen with our community members is that maybe they don't know who their state representative is, and I tell them, hey, go to whorepresentsme.com, find that out. And then sometimes they're intimidated, or sometimes they feel that they're not prepared to talk about an issue. That's when I remind them, hey, folks that are against our community, they don't have any facts, and they just think that they're experts anyway. But let me ask you this. So let's suppose there's a community member. Would it be practical for that community member just to go through the steps and just call their state rep and chat with their office? Is that a win for that community member? Or do they have to?
It is. Yes. And you don't have to actually speak to the member. You can talk to their staff. So, you know, in our office, our staff takes all the phone calls, and everything is recorded when it pertains to a bill. And I don't mean like, you know, they record it, the sound. They make a note of it. And especially when it pertains to a certain bill, the way the system is set up, we're able to look at, oh, these people from our district called and said they are in support of this bill because of this reason. And so when we're about to vote on a bill, we know how some of the community members feel about it. So it is very important that people do call. And yes, they are intimidated. I mean, last session we broke quorum because of democracy. You know, we were fighting for our rights to vote. In our state, it is designed for us to be intimidated by every process that there is when it comes to government, and particularly voting. I mean, you know, so many people, you know, and I just remember growing up, you know, it was like, oh, why am I going to vote? It doesn't make a difference. Well, yes, it does make a difference. And it does make a difference when you call elected leaders. This is how we can create the change that we need to see in our state. And recently, I've hosted a college and career day in my district, and it's a way for students to be exposed to different opportunities, but also it's a way to encourage them to get civically engaged. So we have organizations like League of Women Voters and Jolt come, and this last one that we had, we even had some voting machines there. So we're trying to make sure that our young folks are prepared and they're not intimidated by using their voice to vote. And I just can't stress enough how important voting is, and speaking to the elected leaders who work for you.
Fantastic. And of course, right now you're furthering House Bill 45, which would make Mexican American history and African American history counts toward graduation requirements. I was very happy to join you for the press conference to launch this next phase of the campaign. So obviously you were talking about that, but I love what you said is that perhaps even community members can call and just say, hey, what are you doing for my community? What are you doing for our history? And then get the team members to respond, and that's listed. And the fact that someone called from your neighborhood, goes into a ledger and is taken note of. So thank you for those tips, and I hope that community members will act on that. Of course, we want to talk to Texas State Representative Aisha Davis and ask you, I mean, I'd love to know which particular policy you're pushing, because same with the Texas House of Representatives, when it's time for testimony, it's a short notice during a work day and during working hours. So it's kind of hard, but I know that there's a lot of community members that would want to lean in. So what's your number one project right now, Texas State Board of Representative Davis?
You know, I first want to emphasize why Representative Morales' bill is so important. So we do have those ethnic studies courses that are available, but they're only available if you have time on your schedule, because they don't really count towards those required courses. So they're only electives. So let's say you have a student who's in band, who's an athlete, who's involved in cheer or other things. Those elective hours are taken up for those different activities, so they don't have an opportunity to take this course. By passing this bill, it would allow more students the opportunity to be able to even take it, therefore increasing that reach to our students across Texas. So I cannot tell you how important it is to make sure that students actually do get the course, because I can tell you, we've had a lot of parents who contacted our offices that they want their students to take the courses, but they just don't have enough time in their schedule. So this bill is extremely important in making sure that students can actually take our ethnic studies courses that we are developing. But one of the most important things that I would say to focus on would be our 2025 history adoption that we did not complete last year. Get prepared for it. You know, we will have a board that's made of members who, like I said, they don't necessarily have the best interest of our diverse students in mind. So get ready for it. Look at the standards that exist now. Know those exact changes that need to be made. There are quite a few stories and quite a few instances in our standards that aren't necessarily full truth. And I'm so thankful for folks like Dr. Martinez, who came down and told us those things that needed to be in the standards to make it more truthful for our students. So take some time, look at what we have now, look at those resources that go along with the standards, those textbooks, you know, look and see if there's truthfulness in there or if there's something that's kind of questionable. And get ready. In 2025, we will be reviewing each and every history course from kindergarten to 12th grade. And that's the opportunity to take out information, add information, or change information. And again, in this last time go around, we were making a lot of progress because we had groups that were coming to each and every meeting to voice what needed to be in those standards. And that took a lot of coordination for that advocacy effort, a lot, to have big groups and even big groups of students. The students were so effective. They were down there actually talking about what they wanted for themselves. And that student voice was so dynamic and so powerful. Each and every time a student talked, we all listened. And they were so well prepared. So know what's going on now with those history courses so that when 2025 comes, you are ready from day one. Also, before we even get there, this year we're reviewing math standards. I never thought that they can turn math standards into something controversial, but here we are. So keep up with what we're doing with the State Board of Education and make sure you have allies that are there at our meetings. When you come to State Board meetings, like Dr. Martinez said, it was kind of hostile over the last year. You know, you don't see a lot of folks who are necessarily for the best interest of our diverse students. So come and make your presence noticed, testify. It does make a difference when there is someone and there's someone consistently coming down to kind of keep us in check about what we are doing for students. I do want to share one quick instance that we had in our January meeting. I belong to the Committee on Instruction. And we did have a publisher who had a book of different stories about the arts. And one of the stories was about a ballerina. And the description of the story said it decentralized the idea that only white students are involved in the arts by focusing on a ballerina that was Mexican. And the story was about how she learned to dance and how she loved dance and she loved the arts. And when she told all of her friends about it, and more students of color got involved. I actually had a colleague that accused that of being critical race theory. So that's why I'm saying be involved, I'm telling you, be aware of what's going on, and be there in that room to call us out when things like that do happen, because otherwise we are going to take away from the best interests of our kids.
You mentioned some of the damaging effects. I've gotten reports that we haven't been able to follow up on, that there are school districts that are telling their mariachi teams not to participate in Cesar Chavez Day parades, which is coming up at the end of March, because it could be controversial. So you make a great point about that, but also I don't want to depress people. You're firing us up by you're saying, let's prepare long term. This is the long game, and folks now can get engaged and get ready for that. And post COVID, before COVID, here in Houston, we would be taking busloads of people back to Austin. Time to do that again. So thank you for those insights, and we'll be seeing you there at the State Board of Education. Dr. Martinez, there's many ways to go with ethnic studies policy and practice, which is also about people. You're the chair of the Knox Texas Foco, which covers a lot of ground. I'm going to force you to pick what's one project that you could get folks fired up about right now. They're like, I'm going to do one thing, Dr. Martinez, and it's going to be.
Yes. So right now, because there's many, right? Right now, the Knox Texas Foco, we are currently organizing our annual MAS Summit. So we do this every year. Prior to COVID, we haven't had them in person. During COVID, we had virtual sessions. Now we are back to in person in Houston at Lone Star College. So thank you, Tony, and your institution for hosting. Now, our summit this year is going to be speaking to multiple issues that have been brought up here on the panel. So as Dr. Watson was saying, we need to reinvigorate those community forums. That is exactly what we're going to be doing this summit, Dr. Watson. We're going to come back to our grassroots roots, right? And we are advocating for epistemic justice, but we are reclaiming this message. Right now, you're seeing a lot of anti, right? But if we reframe, we collectively reframe and reclaim the message and promote, as one of our colleagues and others, we've kind of surrounded around healing, honest, hopeful, right? This type of curriculum, this type of telling our history, we're hoping that through that message, I mean, you tell me, Representative, how are you going to claim again, not Morales, because Morales is amazing, right? But other legislatures, how are you going to argue against a hopeful curriculum, an honest curriculum, a healing curriculum, right? So we have to reclaim that narrative and change it from these divisive, from these anti, whatever they want to claim us as, right? It's very important. So yes, we do, as Knox, we support HB 45 for sure. We support these ethnic studies courses as approved by the SBOE, because we don't want them to try to make anything else and pass it off as ethnic studies. We want them to come through the SBOE, and we have 2 on the docket right now. 2 that have already been passed. So we're hoping that these are going to be the message. And as Board Member Davis has stated, it is imperative, right? I have loved working with Board Member Davis, Board Member Marisa Perez Diaz. These have been key folks, and prior to Ruben Cortez, right? These have been key people to have in your loop, because they're going to be that advocate. And let me tell you, anytime I see Member Davis or Member Perez Diaz go up to the board, I'm like, tell them, because they are so like forceful, but they tell it in the most like elegant way possible. Like, how are you going to argue with these powerful women right here? I dare you to. So we need to be ready for that 2025 fight, right? Because when we tried to revise the curriculum, we got told that we were angry, right? Because I helped write the MAS curriculum, and that was one of the reviewers, that it was written by a bunch of angry people. So fine, I'll take it. But yes, so again, it's going back to the grassroots organizing. So you can help us if you want to participate in any of these ways. Come with us it's going to be June 24th in Houston. Again, the Mexican American Studies Summit. And there's more efforts where we're going to talk about in question 3 in terms of larger coalition building practices that we've also been involved in. So that's my kind of one spiel where we're going to advocate for across multiple levels, from elementary, high school, from media and the legislature, parents have been completely influential. When Board Member Davis was stating that we need to get out to these meetings and throngs, we have to, folks. We have to, and bring the students, because the opposition, they do it. And that minority voice of, what was it? I can't remember, their Moms for Something, right, organization that came out there, and they were so forceful. I can speak as a mother, but for some reason, they're not paying attention to my voice as much as they are to this little minority of people. So we most definitely need to be organizing again, like Dr. Watson said, get back to our community forums, and let's hit them again.
Thank you, Dr. Martinez. And I just want to reiterate the details for the Knox Tejas Foco Mexican American K through 12 Summit, Saturday, June 24th at Lone Star College, Houston North. It'll be the Fallbrook campus. And a couple other highlights. There'll be lesson plans for middle school, grammar school, and high school that were commissioned by the Latino Bookstore. They will be given away. There'll be a special emphasis on Mexican American literature. You know what, too, Dr. Martinez, I'll say this. I would invite Republicans elected officials to attend, to see what it's like, to meet our parents one-on-one, because I think if they see the impact it has, how people are talking from the heart, they're going to see that these odd stereotypes don't apply to this. So, you know, if you're looking for where it applies, look elsewhere. It's not here. So, you know.
Yes, thank you.
They should come. Thank you, Dr. Martinez. And Dr. Watson, you were a great segue to question number 2, and you're a segue to question number 3. So I want to remind folks, we're activating folks. You know, we're talking about town halls. Let's talk about intersectionality. Let's talk about where communities meet. And I do want to mention the title of your book, Race and the Houston Police. And I also want to mention that your article on Jose Campos Torres was pivotal in helping get the apology from the Houston police for the family and community. Shouts out to the Campos Torres family. We love Janie, her whole family, her son. They've been deeply involved. And that was a really strong moment that shows that the community can get things happening. You've mentioned where it all intersects. Got to have you on our radio show a little further on. Break down a little more where this is all, you know, it is a movement where we're coming together, Dr. Watson.
This is a good point for us. It is a good place for us to react to what is going on with us, because this has been an exclusionary discussion by those who are in power or perceive themselves as being in power. And we are not party to that conversation. So we have to start to understand the foundations of what they're doing. This idea of Christian nationalism and things of this nature. So we need to start to understand what that is. And the way we understand it simply is to talk to one another and talk to the people and ask, what's out there that I can read on this? Because this being informed is the best weapon you can have against ignorance. And therefore, I think it's really incumbent upon us to take it upon ourselves to go to as many of these community forums as we can, even if we have to just call in some of them, is to say, hey, I'm with you on this. African-American history at Texas State, for example, does count as a replacement for U.S. history. Ironically, most students take U.S. history and take African-American as an elective because they enjoy it. I told you for the first 19 years or so, I rarely had Black students until recently. And now there's been a kind of shift that the majority of the students in African-American history and in Black studies, which is my first year teaching at Texas State because it just came 2 years ago, most of them now are African-American students who came out of schools out of the COVID years. And that's a real important thing for us to think about, is that the reason why so many young people seem dazed and confused by this is the COVID years really did a disservice to them. And so now we as academicians, we as educators, activists, we have to start saying to other people our own truths about the information we know. And one of the things I'm getting ready to do right now is to talk about the rise of Black leadership in Houston, just like Brian Minkin did the idea of brown police officers in Houston. And he took a segue from my book, and they did the Chicano Squad based on a lot of my work from my book. I think it's important for us to pay attention to what is out there and to try to hype it up so people can hear it and people can start to talk to one another. Because what I found, me talking about dinner and cooking and how integral church is to the African American community and cooking, it engenders other people, endears other people to us. And they like to say, well, my family meets at the holidays and we do this and we do that. That is important because those traditions will spare some people to step out and fight. And the young man said earlier that the conservatives have been very effective at getting people out to vote, but I think he missed this. They've been effective at denying the vote more so than they have getting out the vote. Their numbers have been steady. Our numbers are increasing, and Gen Z is increasing. And so we have to show them, encourage them, and support Gen Z to get them out. I'm going to put my name on the list to go to the Capitol. My wife works for State Representative Sophronia Thompson. And every time she does anything historic, she asks me for my opinion and my advice, and I give it. Because Miss T doesn't play.
I love it. That's joyous. And that's the key. The more we talk, the more we get together, which is what this panel is about. And this panel was the longest one. We only have 12 minutes left. I do want to get insights about where we overlap from the next three speakers. But I want to also thank Dr. Angela Valenzuela. She is the key, one of the leaders spearheading this organization. And she put her time and energy into getting us all together to think about this way and to get the conversation going. I also want to thank all the folks that are organizing it. There's a huge team that's behind the scenes with the cameras, the lighting, getting the lights together. Those are activists who are doing media. So shout out to the team. Thank you, all of you, for doing what you're doing. And this is joyous because it is wonderful for us to come together, to talk, to build. State Representative Morales, at your press conference for House Bill 45, it was beautiful. We had folks from all backgrounds coming together, and you've even had a Republican state representative sign on to the bill as well. So we've only got about 11 minutes left. I'd like to get everyone to say something about where we overlap. You're creating that dialogue.
I was really so proud to have a group of colleagues join us at the press conference. And, I don't like bringing the conversation down, and I'm just so proud to be with everybody. And I've learned so much just listening in today and being a part of this panel. But, many of us have gathered so much recently because there are so many issues that affect our community. Education being probably number one in our state. They're promoting a voucher program, which will defund our public schools. And when you look at the demographics of the public schools, it's Black and brown. There's a threat to take over Houston Independent School District, the largest school district in our state. And we've come together for a press conference. The same diverse group of people have come together to say, no, this is, for the party that promotes, parent choice. The parents have chosen elected leaders to manage the school district. And now, I'm pretty certain that it will happen this week. We have a meeting on Monday with Commissioner Morath, and I believe that he will probably let us know that HISD will be taken over by the state. I hope I'm wrong on that, but when it comes to voting rights, when it comes to gun safety, these are issues that affect our community, and and so we come together, and we're stronger together, and we need to band together to make sure that these policies don't pass. And it's all about voting. We've got to get out to vote. And I'm the only person on this panel who is not an educator. That's why my background is different. But I very, very quickly want to just say that HB 45 is a Texas public high school bill, because I know, oh my gosh, I'm a new fan of Dr. Watson. Oh my God, how incredible to be on a panel with him. But, he was talking about the university level. So this would make sure our kids would have access to ethnic studies at the high school level. And as was mentioned earlier, by our state board member, we already have these courses and they're being taught, but only as electives. So many students don't have an opportunity to take electives. So we're just making sure that these would count towards a graduation requirement. And if enough students, worst case scenario, we don't pass our bill, we need to be out in the community encouraging students to ask for these courses, because they do already exist, and they need to ask for them at their public high school in Texas. And if enough of them sign on to take these courses, they will have to provide them. So the school will have to provide them. So I want to go around the state and tell kids, please ask for these courses, and I'm going to figure out a way to do that. Thank you, Tony, so much for the opportunity, and Dr. Valenzuela for this opportunity to say some words today. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And we look forward to celebrating the passage of House Bill 45. Texas State Board of Education member Davis, tell us where you see us all overlapping in this movement that we're building, that is the new Rainbow Coalition.
Oh, absolutely. So in education, we've been working together for a little while. The Texas Alliance of Black School Educators and TALAS, the Texas Association for Latino Administrators and Superintendents. We've been trying to come together at least once a year, have lunch, talk about what's going on for our students, and come up with some solutions. But I do want to say one of the things I've been hearing throughout our conversation is the importance of voting. And I do want to emphasize that it is Texas law to offer voter registration at public high schools in Texas twice a year. TABSI, along with NAACP, under the direction of the Political Action Chair, Casey Thomas, they're really trying to put our schools, hold them accountable for actually having this voter registration twice a year, like what we need to have. So that's one of the main ways we can make sure that our kids are civically involved and that their voice is being heard, is through voting. So make sure that your public high schools are offering voter registration twice a year in accordance to the law. And again, NAACP, Casey Thomas, if you have any questions, they can definitely get you a lot more information about that.
Fantastic point. And I have to say that I've been hearing from a lot of high school students and parents that the voter registration is not promoted the way the bake sale is, the way the football game is. So that is an excellent point where parents can get involved. Thank you so much for all that you do. We have about 3 minutes left, Dr. Martinez.
You got it.
You only need one little world, so
yeah, real fast. So really, very, very important larger coalition. So I am so excited that we're seeing these coalition efforts built at multiple levels. So we see them with Representative Morales, we see them with Board Member Davis. On another level, right, we do have a large organization. We call ourselves the Ethnic Studies Network of Texas, and they have really kind of been this organization that has been advocating all ethnic studies programs. So we have, again, Mexican American Studies, African American Studies, and on the docket again, which is being piloted this year, is American Indian Native Studies and Asian American Studies. So as these amazing people have said, we need students to advocate and say, I want this course, I want it here, because at some point, somebody has to listen, right? So with ESNT, what we've also done is, as of last year, we began this huge coalition of other organizations. So it's not just ESNT, but it's also Knox Tejas Foco, Black Star Initiative, Asian Texans for Justice. We have the Grand Prairie Group, who has worked on AIMS, the American Indian Native Studies course. And we've all, amongst others, T-League, IDRA, TFN, we've all created this beautiful Ethnic Studies for Texas Schools coalition, where we have been trying to advocate at several different levels for the passing of these courses, right? At the State Board of Education level, and later again with Representative Morales' bill here. So we are very hopeful that people continue, and if you'd like to be part of these other organizations, you can get to any of us, and it will come to, it'll get directly filtered down to us as well. So if you want to participate, we are here. We're here to support all ethnic studies courses throughout the state, and hopefully later across the U.S.
Thank you so much, and I appreciate you reminding us that exactly this is not just about Mexican American history, not just about African American history. There's all these other groups that really they should have had these courses already accepted, but now there's a new way of looking at our community. So, but thank you all for all the work that you do. I'm very inspired. I'm fired up because I know that our team has some of the smartest, most committed folks around. So thanks for all that you do. Want to thank everybody for tuning in. We still have a few more panels for you. And I think, hey, we could have even had more time. So thanks for all you're doing. Please stay tuned for more Black and Brown dialogues on policy. We're going to turn it back to Dr. Valenzuela. I'm Tony Diaz, Libre Traficante. Thank you all for tuning in. Appreciate the whole team putting this show on the air. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Jules Goyado, and I'm a first-year master's student at the University of Texas College of Education, getting my master's in education policy and leadership. And I'm so happy to be here today following up that expert panel talking about the importance of ethnic studies and some of the policies at play that are going to incorporate ethnic studies into our high schools here in Texas. So we're going to be moving on from the experts to hear instead from the students. So we have a few students here today. that had the opportunity to pursue ethnic studies, either in high school or in college. So I'll just go quickly through and introduce them. We have A.B. Udeson, who is a student at LASA High School here in Austin. We have Aldo Frasto, who is a student here at the University of Texas as well. We have Jeremiah Baldwin, another University of Texas student. And finally, we have Shui Rojas Teng joining us. So just before we get started, I wanted to hear some of the initial reactions from the panel that we just saw. Let's start with Shui.
Thank you for having me. Yeah, I had a lot of initial reactions from the panel, but one thing that really stood out to me was kind of like the conversations around why people are kind of like opposed to ethnic studies, whether that's because it like promotes like I guess like hate of America, or it's like anti-white, or these sort of like rhetorics around these difficult topics being inherently like negative. And I just kind of had an initial reaction thinking about my junior year ethnic studies class at LASA, and how the kind of like the nature of these topics being really, really difficult was actually what made the environment so like loving and connected and positive. I think that you're never going to have a class in high school where everyone is completely engaged, because people are very like interested in different things. But I was completely struck by my ethnic studies class because just everyone understood that these topics were very, very particular to people's personal lives, family lives. You know, we were talking about race, and it's like it's an intense topic, but that in itself created a space of like love and respect where people, you know, were engaged and knew that they had to you know, like pay attention and really respect everybody else in the classroom. So it was just like this environment that I truly did not get from any other class. So that was one of my initial reactions.
Thank you, Shui. I think that's really important to know, is kind of the difference between your real experience and what people that maybe have never been in an ethnic studies class perceive ethnic studies courses to be. Aldo, did you have any initial thoughts that you wanted to share?
Yeah, I was very struck by what Dr. Martinez had to say about what's the fear behind having a more educated society. Like, there is nothing wrong about people that have not been reflected in history previously to be reflected now. It just helps with identity, it helps minorities see where they could be instead of them always feeling like, oh, I can't do anything. It just helps them view themselves in the person that's being represented in history. So I agree with Dr. Martinez. There's nothing wrong with there shouldn't be a fear. Everyone should be represented.
Maybe, did you have anything else you wanted to add on to that?
One thing that I noticed was definitely like the conversations on like educational access and how different people get different like focuses and different priority when it comes to what they get to learn and like what the options that are provided for them. Because I thought that's like it's really like considering my experience in ethnic studies, it's really poignant to me to see that like some people like don't get like the same extent of education that I was allotted, and so that was really interesting. Really good conversation.
And Jeremiah, anything to add?
Yes, I had similar feelings. I think what stood out to me was just the discussion of the anxiety surrounding what is happening in our state legislature. I think what primarily afflicts me and concerns me is that this is something that's affecting our future generations. I have had the unique honor of being able to graduate or about to graduate with a degree in African diaspora studies, but what about the people coming after us? And I think that's one of the amazing things about Black-Brown dialogue and policies, that we're fostering the space to ensure that this is something that will be able to be accessed by future generations.
Thank you. So now we'll move on to what I'm sure everyone is interested in hearing about. So we got to hear from the last few panels a lot of the work that went into establishing ethnic studies courses in high schools here in Texas. And I'm someone, I didn't have access to ethnic studies until I got to college. So I'm really curious for you all, particularly Shui, AB, and Aldo, who got to take ethnic studies in high school. What were those courses like? What impact did they have on you? What were they called? We can start with AB.
Personally, I took ethnic studies at Lhasa High School. I took it during my junior year, and the thing that was most poignant to me was the almost illuminating feeling I felt in taking that class. Because during my high school experience, I focused on had classes like AP US History and AP World History that I felt lacked a lot of context and like the major context for a lot of American history, which is race. So during those classes, what was great is that we were able to like have dialogues with other students and with teachers about something that I felt that I had been missing for like the past like let's say 4 years of taking history classes, right? Because throughout my history classes, it's like there's a centering of this white history that I felt like was almost like doing a disservice to all that we were losing. And like throughout ethnic studies, we learned about things like the Haitian Revolution, other things that added context to the American history that we already had, but was like still new and fresh, and there was new information. And so that part was really like I found a lot of value in that. And yeah.
We'll go to Aldo next.
Yeah, so I also took ethnic studies in high school. I took it my sophomore year, and I believe it was called ethnic studies and Latino studies or something similar. I can't remember the name, but something that the reason why I joined the class was because I wanted to see history through a different lens. Because I had heard from from previous friends that had taken the class that it was different, that you would see history not through the white lens but through a wide variety of lens. You did not only study African American history, but you would also study Afro Latino history and Latino history in general. So me taking this class influenced me in creating an interest in education and further pursuing my interest in bilingual education, which resulted in me viewing the world differently. I used to view the world in one single lens. I used to be super close-minded, and I thought that's the only way, and that's the only way. But taking history, it challenged me. It challenged my opinions, and in a good way, because now I can see the world differently. It did challenge, and some of my beliefs may be controversial, but yet I know what the counter argument would be and how to approach that now that I can see the world in a different perspective.
Thank you. Shui, do you have anything you'd like to share about your ethnic studies experience?
Yes. So I took ethnic studies junior year of high school at Lhasa, and for me, it was just the way that the course like was able to. Or it was the first time where I took a course where it resonated with my personal like identity, and I was already somebody who was really interested in history, and so taking ethnic studies, I felt like more engaged because I felt reflected in the material. I'm half Asian, half Hispanic, and I just felt like it was everything that I was kind of missing. It filled in those gaps from my other history classes where, we would shy away from talking about race, whether it was because my teachers were worried they were going to like upset someone, or just because like that's how the books are written and they lack that kind of like critical thinking when it comes to race. And so yeah, it was just this really great experience for me where I got to really like engage with material that I felt personally related to my life and my identity. And it definitely persuaded me to want to pursue this in higher education. So yeah, it was just a great experience overall.
Thank you. So now I actually want to hear from Jeremiah, because you weren't able to pursue ethnic studies until college, right? What was it like for you to be 18, 19, 20 years old and learning your community's history for the first time?
Yes, so hearing all of their stories, I am a little jealous that you all have the opportunity to be able to take these classes in high school and in junior high, because that's something that I did not have the luxury of being able to do. I remember being in my courses and wanting to learn more information about who I am as a person, how people who look like me have contributed to the construction of our country, but that was never something that I was able to do. I remember being in one of my classes and reading the textbooks and it referring to enslaved Black people as indentured servants or workers on plantations, when these were people who were enslaved and their autonomy and their agency was taken away from them. So I think that's something that motivated me and compelled me to, when I attended the University of Texas at Austin, to want to seek out courses that had African American, that had the word Black in those course titles, because it's not something that I was able to do like my other non-white or my other non-Black peers in the education system. So coming to UT Austin, the first Black Studies course that I took that opened my eyes to who I am as a person and also what I want to do in the future was Introduction to Black Women Studies. And the professor opened my eyes to Kimberly Crenshaw's intersectionality theory. And it really challenged me to not only think about issues related to race, but also issues related to our economy, issues related to critical thinking skills and how to use those critical thinking skills to be able to challenge systems that unfortunately were not designed to benefit people who look like me and who look like other students on this panel. So I think that that's one of the important takeaways, is that it helps us learn how to think critically.
Yeah, definitely. And I think something we heard a lot in the last panel was we need students asking for these courses so that we can provide them, so that there's like that need that we can fill. And I think what we're hearing from the panel over and over again is there are students all over Texas, all over the country that are pursuing these courses because they're not reflected in other parts of the curriculum. And I think it goes back to something Dr. Cleland said earlier today, that when our stories aren't being told, we think it's because we didn't do anything, but we know that there's a lot of very intentional erasure happening. So you all have surfaced a lot of different ideas about critical thinking, about filling gaps in your education, of, you know, the real effects that ethnic studies courses have had on your lives. I think something that's important to discuss is the critics, the other side. So there are a lot of people right now framing CRT as the boogeyman, as a lot of the scary kind of problems that we're facing, of ways of life changing, and indoctrination, all this kind of stuff. And I'm curious, what would you say, as people that have actually gone through ethnic studies courses, to critics to get them to see why this is important? We'll start with AB.
For me personally, it's really interesting to see like the differences that are present between like the theoretical ethnic studies CRT like scary class and like the real class that I took, right? Because in the class I took, what I saw most present was not like any kind of like indoctrination or persuasion, but like really just like I said earlier, providing context and providing like an additional like lens just to see the material we're learning through. And I mean, you get to just relearn history, but through different contexts, learning how race affected all the decisions that were made and like the creation of all these systems that we have today, like the government and like the educational systems and like medical systems. What ethnic studies does is it just lets you like kind of convene with other students who are also interested in these things and like just to talk about them and to educate yourselves and like converse with an adult about that cares about them. And it's really just really freeing. It's in comparison to like a push or other classes in which you would feel like restricted and feel like you have to kind of change what you're talking about just to make like people in your class comfortable. Like what ethnic studies does is just it gives you like more space, more freedom, and I really like that.
Jeremiah, when we spoke, you talked about being nervous that, you know, future generations like your niece might not have access to ethnic studies and the additional opportunities that ethnic studies provided to you. So do you have anything else you would add on what you would say to critics to try to change their mind?
Well, a phrase that I would like to tell them is that knowledge is power. I think that that's one of the things that scares a lot of people about ethnic studies and people kind of understanding the true foundings of our country, is that this knowledge equips people with the resources, with the intellect, with the mindset to be able to help people across different communities. And I think that that's one of the things that gets kind of lost in this conversation about ethnic studies, about critical race theory, is that it is not solely just teaching kind of woke ideologies, or it's not teaching people to, or it's not indoctrinating people. It's actually teaching people how to think more critically, to further their writing skills and their thinking abilities, to be able to kind of equip their communities, other communities, with essential resources in a country that's not always helped those particular people. And like you said, I feel as though something that gets lost in this conversation too is that this is something that's not only just affecting our current generations, but it's affecting younger generations, like my niece, who I want to be able to, I want her to have a space to learn about her identities and how her ancestors, her people, have contributed to this country, just like other students as well.
Yeah, definitely. I have 2 nieces and a nephew, and I want to make sure that they have access to their history and everything too. And I think something that was highlighted in earlier panels too, particularly from Dr. Sleater, is that ethnic studies programs support a bunch of different outcomes, from increasing attendance, increasing the likelihood that people take AP classes, increasing test scores, increasing the likelihood that they'll graduate and go to college. Like, there's a lot of benefits that just don't even become a part of the conversation when it's framed around the boogeyman. But Shui, Aldo, do you have anything else you'd like to add? What do you think would most convince people that are anti-CRT of how important these classes are?
Yeah, I was just gonna say that I think that the fact that, it's clear that students want ethnic studies and that, like, it's meaningful, I mean, this is just completely apparent, but something that I think is interesting to think about is that obviously in a perfect world, like, we don't need a separate history class that's just about race, but that is a clear indication that something is missing in our already existing like education in our classes that are already available, that it's nothing is more obvious in the fact that, like, ethnic studies and was created in the first place, like, if that makes sense. So I think that it's not fair to tell kids of color that they aren't allowed to learn about their own history. I think that concept makes absolutely, like, no sense, and that obviously if their history was actually being represented in our American history, like APUSH classes, or in, like, Texas history classes, that this wouldn't be as necessary and as prevalent as it is. But sadly it is, and the fact that, like, you don't even want to give students that's all they're asking for, is to take a class about, like, their history and their families, and, like, where they play a role in American history, is just it really, like, makes no sense to me. I hope I, like, said that well. And then another thing I wanted to talk about was this idea that white students don't benefit from ethnic studies, or that it makes them feel othered or bad about themselves. I mean, I just speaking from experience from the ethnic studies classes that I've taken, or I've sat in on, like, at the college level, all of my friends who have taken ethnic studies have benefited from it, because you are literally, like, opening your mind. You're gaining more information. So it makes you a more well-rounded student, a more academic person, a more like a better critical thinker, and that's beneficial to all people. And I don't know, I just think that a lot of these like, a lot of the rhetoric around why it's bad, I not only think that it's wrong, but I think it's, like, the complete opposite, if that makes sense.
Yeah, definitely. Aldo, do you have anything else to add before we move on to the next question?
I don't believe so. I think my fellow colleagues, panelists, have perfectly described what I would have said.
Yeah, definitely. So I want to hear a little bit about some of the long-term impacts that ethnic studies has had on your lives. So I know for some of the younger folks, it's been a year since you took your ethnic studies class, but I still think that we can see some of those effects. But I know Jeremiah is nearing the end of his college career, so I don't know if you would like to start us off.
Yes, sure. So I actually I graduate from the University of Texas at Austin this coming May, and ethnic studies, particularly African diaspora studies at UT Austin, has significantly impacted my career goals and my career trajectory. Not only has it taught me, as I mentioned, essential critical thinking and writing skills, it's also helped me kind of navigate my thinking process and how I want to become a civil rights lawyer in the future. So in my undergrad here at UT Austin, I've been involved in the UT chapter of the NAACP. I currently am the community coordination chair. And also I am very committed to civil rights. And I think that this education that I've received in my undergrad has helped me kind of formulate what I want to do and why I want to do it. I not only just want to be a civil rights lawyer because it's the right thing to do. I want to be a civil rights lawyer because it's an essential thing to do. When we look across the country with all these violations of civil and human rights, we need people out there who are leading the movement and leading the pact for justice. And that is what ethnic studies has helped me come to terms with and help me realize what I want to do and give back to my community.
Shui and AV, I know you're in the process of deciding where you're going to college and kind of just beginning that journey. How has ethnic studies impacted your final year of high school and impacted the way that you're thinking about your college education?
Do you want me to go? I can go. I am definitely going to pursue like ethnic studies in college. That's 100% decided for me. And I'm not sure where I'm going, but I'm definitely going to pursue it as like a major. And I'm very excited, and I'm so glad that I was able to take this class and even learn about it, because I know I'm very fortunate that my high school even provided it. I know a lot of people like don't even know these kind of classes exist. Yeah, I just feel really, really fortunate to have been able to take it and to be able to pursue it in college. I sat in on a advanced African American Studies class at the University of Washington in Seattle, and I was just like 10 times more excited than I already am. It was like they were presenting, and it was all these like really beautiful pieces of art that had to do with identity, and there was like paintings and photography, and all the students were presenting about like the different things that they learned in the curriculum and how they applied that to reflecting on their own identity, and then how that in itself produced these pieces of art that they made. So I'm just like incredibly excited, and I'm hoping that ethnic studies just becomes more available to more people.
Yeah, we're excited to see where you end up and what you decide to do. AV, do you want to talk a little bit about your college search and where you're headed?
Yeah, for me, ethnic studies, like what it really illuminated for me is like how much and the value I can find with like talking and like educating myself in a space with people who like want to talk to me about the things I enjoy, and like people who like will encourage that. And so it made me really think that I really like to go for it to HBCU for college, because it kind of gave me a space in which I could like kind of communicate with people like me and talk about things and learn about things that I enjoy and that I find interesting. And so yeah, I feel like that's what it gave me, really, like just like that knowledge, because I've been educated in primarily like white spaces since I was younger. So it let me know that there are other options, and that like I could be in a space where I can like talk productively with people about things that I find interesting and things that I care about, and issues that I care about. Talk about identity and like the way race affects our identity and the way that race affects our education and things like that. So
yeah, definitely. So we only have a few minutes left. I have one more question before I'm going to see what any final thoughts people would like to share are. But we've had a lot of conversations around hope and what is keeping you energized? What is keeping you excited to engage with ethnic studies in spite of some of the attacks that we've seen? I'll go to Aldo and see, what are you thinking? What keeps you hopeful?
I think what keeps me hopeful is knowing that there's always someone that's willing to fight for it. It's not that we're gonna give up. We will continue to fight for it. And whatever we end up doing, I know we will continue fighting and we will never give up. I am very grateful for everyone that's fighting in the background.
Right. And at the press conference for HB 45 this week, I think Representative Morales said something to the same effect, because HB 45 was filed last session, and she said, we got close to the finish line. We're going to keep fighting, and we'll keep filing until it goes through. So I think people share that same sentiment. Does anyone else have anything they'd like to add on hope?
I have something I would like to add. I think that spaces like this give me affirmation that there are people invested in the fight to protect diversity, equity, inclusion policies, ethnic studies, critical race theory. Being in spaces where there's supportive people is truly essential, and also going to my Black Studies courses also gives me affirmation. Seeing my professors who are invested in the research, invested in this important discipline, is what truly motivates me to keep going, and also having optimism in the face of adversity.
Definitely. AB?
For me, it just gives me like kind of hope that comes from knowing that like there are efforts being made to kind of change and provide the experience I had to more people, because I really I think that there was a lot of value that I found from being educated in ethnic studies and taking these classes. So it's nice to know that like there is efforts being put out to like make sure that more people experience what I experienced, and we're able to learn like what I got to learn.
Okay. So now we have just a couple minutes left, and the panel coming up after us is going to be responding to any questions or reactions that we have. Does anyone have any final questions that they'd like to pose to the panel? We'll start with Aldo.
I don't think it's a final question. It's just I would like to share something that I wrote for one of my papers for a class that I had at UT. And I wrote, ethnic studies help students embrace their culture as well as their identity. Long past should be the day of marginalizing people for having the ability to be represented in history. As ethnic studies programs continue to expand, communities also need to embrace the program. It's time for us to advocate and be engaged. This not only impacts us, but the future generations. We will continue to fight and not give up.
We'll go to Shui. Do you have any final thoughts or questions for the following panel?
I guess my final thoughts for just everybody that's been on this panel is kind of just that although I think this moment is really scary because there's clearly a lot of people and a lot of rhetoric that's like anti-ethnic studies, I think that at the end of the day, the people that are against it aren't the actual students that are taking these classes that are benefiting from it. And at the end of the day, the people who want it are the students, the young people, the kids, and that even though the hype might be negative, it's great that people are just talking about ethnic studies in general. And I think that the more people that we can reach, the better. And so I think it's important to kind of see the positive in the negative, and just know that the students have everybody on this panel's back, and that this is incredibly important to us, and that we're going to keep pursuing this type of education forever. So yeah.
Thank you. So that is all the time that we have for this panel. I think we could talk about this all day. Thank you for sharing. Thank you for tuning in. And we just ask, before we hand it back over to Tony for the next panel, that you scan the QR code in the bottom corner of your screen, take our pledge, and go to the Black-Brown Dialogues on Policy website for more information on how you can continue to be involved. Thank you.
So much. We are back. That was a fantastic panel, and we're joined by our leaders who spoke earlier to get some feedback on what they thought of these young leaders. And I'm personally just fascinated by them. I'm Tony Diaz, the Libre Traficante, and we are rejoined by the Honorable Texas State Representative Cristina Morales. We're also joined by, again, the Honorable Aisha Davis, Texas State Board of Education member. And we're also joined by Dr. Valerie Martinez, Chair of the K-12 Committee of the National Association for Chicano Studies, Tejas Foco. Dr. Watson had some technical difficulties, so he had to leave the panel earlier. He's not joining us during this segment, but it really is wonderful to hear our young leaders, hear from them directly. And I love that the team went out of their way to weave them into the fabric of this of this whole show. Dr. Martinez, so you work with students around this age also. I love that they had ethnic studies. I didn't read a book by a Latino author till I was a junior in college, and I didn't get to take ethnic studies till I was in graduate school. Dr. Martinez, what did you think of these young folks?
Oh wow, y'all energize us or re-energize us, right? Every time we get hit and hit and hit with something, I listen to your voice, right? And you are the ones who reignite our energy and give us hope. So several of you are like, we stand by you. Well, we stand by you, okay? We are here for you. And then bring your parents in too, because I remember at one of the board meetings, there was a parent who stood up and said something about, she was actually actively going against what her daughter wanted and speaking out against. So even though her daughter's saying, no, mom, I want this, I want to learn, she's like, no, you don't know what you want. Yes, you do. You know exactly what you want. So I loved hearing that from y'all. So you go tell those board members, you go tell your Texas legislatures, right? You're the legislators, and you tell your parents. Tell your parents and make sure they understand that message as well too. But I loved hearing from the folks at LASA. This is amazing that you're already thinking about where you want to go and finding the institutions that will do that for you, right? So as some of the other folks that were on who were already here at universities were saying that they found those environments, right? I remember hearing Jeremiah saying that, yes, I found these with my instructors within my Black Studies courses, right? So yes, I most definitely encourage you high schoolers to find those. Now, as you all know too, as Representative Morales is trying to pass HB 45, there's a whole slew of other anti-DEI bills out there, right? I know that we've all kind of discussed those earlier in the panels. Know that right now, and I just got promoted and tenured yesterday, so yay! I am an associate now, we're beginning in the fall, an associate professor of history at Our Lady of the Lake University. And let me tell you, our institution has a foundation of social justice. Right? This is how our CDPs, we are a faith-based institution, but they very much have held up the foundation of the university on these values. And it's so great because now I have the freedom, right? I know AB was talking about, or Shui, somebody was talking about having the freedom to say these types of things in these spaces. Find institutions that will allow you to do so without these restrictive policies, right? These institutions are fed on your dollars. Demand, right? Demand these classes, demand this curriculum, right? Demand these healing, hopeful, honest curriculum. And you can do that at places, for one, Olu for one.
We got to applaud you. Congratulations on receiving tenure.
Oh, thank you. Our SBOE, right?
Right.
Yeah. Thank you.
And you mentioned something as well, which, there's something sinister too, in that here are these young leaders who we get to hear in their own words. They've taken roles of leadership. We've provided all the evidence that policymakers need to prove that these courses have a powerful impact. I'm scared that perhaps that's exactly why they want to stop these courses. Perhaps they want to stop our youth from fulfilling their destinies and vision. That may be something we have to revisit as well. I'm sorry, State Representative Morales, what are your thoughts on Gen Z working with? I know you get to work a lot with Gen Z, especially when you do your back to school fair and you give away a car. You didn't mention that earlier. At your back to school fair, one of the prizes is that the students get a car, which is huge for transportation, especially in Houston, Texas. Thank you for doing that.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. Yes, we do give a car. And the idea came from one of the trustees from HISD. We had it in our budget that we could do something big. And were we going to give out scholarships? Well, the reality is many of our students don't go to higher learning, or they don't go to a university in the traditional sense like we see in the movies. Dad takes you to college and you get set up in the dorm. So we know the reality for a lot of our inner city kids is that there's some opportunities that they don't feel that they can have, or some of them just aren't built to go to a 4-year college. So we thought a car is something that every student could benefit from. And if they don't drive the car, they could sell the car and use it for something else, use that money for college or whatever else they want to pursue after high school. And we know this because another trustee from HISD, actually her family, she won a car and her family was able to sell it. And then it just created this domino effect where she was able to receive her education. So that's the reason that we give a car away. But it's also very enticing for students, so they can be exposed to all of the college and careers that we bring on that day, and we can encourage them to get civically engaged. So we have other motives, but I was just almost in tears listening to the panelists from before. It was just a reminder of why we fight so hard, and trying to get this ethnic studies just the next step in making sure that students get access to that, because of course you all did the work to make sure these classes are even available, and I'm just trying to get it past that finish line. And so it was just incredibly inspiring, and it's absolutely true, everything that we know from the data, that when students learn about their own ethnicity, then they in turn, the attendance is better, they graduate, the graduation rates go up, and they seek higher education. So the panelists were just the perfect example of that. I hope all of them will come and testify on our bill because they were all brilliant, and it just makes me really, really excited about the future.
It's wonderful too to hear them say that they are grateful for people that are pushing for it, because a lot of times the most vocal folks are the ones that hate stuff. so they're always giving negative thoughts. It is wonderful and reassuring to hear from our young leaders that they do appreciate those efforts. Texas State Board of Education Representative Davis, tell us your thoughts, because you see a lot of young folks testifying at Texas State Board of Education in your own district as well. What were your thoughts on their insight?
First of all, I want to say that was a dynamic panel. Miss Tang, I like Miss Tang. She is fiery. I like her. She was like, I don't know if I'm saying this right, but I'm gonna let you know something. And I appreciate every bit of knowledge that she dropped. Now, that panel was amazing. And when I see young folks like that are standing up for themselves, their education, and for the education of generations coming behind them, it really, really does reignite me and make me want to fight even harder to make sure they have everything they need to be successful. But I heard two things that really stood out to me. For one, I heard that being in these ethnic studies courses challenged them. It didn't indoctrinate them. It didn't tell them what you had to think. It challenged you, because now you had a lot of factual information that you may not have had access to before. And it made you start to think in a different type of way. And that's what education is truly supposed to do. Make you think about some things and make you want to explore more and seek more information. So I do appreciate that so much. And another thing that I heard is, yes, we had ethnic studies and we learned in here, but we didn't learn a lot in our mainstream courses. And that is absolutely true. There is not enough diversity in our mainstream courses. So as we talk about fighting for ethnic studies, we do have to talk about fighting for more information in each and every one of our courses, so that students can always see themselves as those heroes, as those engineers, whoever it is that we're talking about, as students are learning. We need to make sure that our students know they have dynamic history, and they come from greatness, and they have contributed to this country, as one of our students said a minute ago. So I appreciate those rich perspectives. And I'm telling you, I'm going to take all that feedback and make sure that when I'm making decisions at the State Board of Education, I'm thinking about the things that you said. So thank you so much.
And that's beautiful that you want to, you're telling Shui, hey, her words are influencing you, and it's going to influence, your love of your public service. And that's so huge. You really pointed out some key parts as well, with the students, in their own words, said that they can see the stereotypes being furthered by folks who hate the classes that they took and loved and enjoyed. And I think that's what's great about this panel, is that it's not just black-brown dialogue, it's different generations talking. And what a valuable way to learn from the youth as an instructor. I mean, that's one thing I love about teaching college, is that I do learn from the younger generation, from students, and they just don't fire me up, but they make me look at things differently. And I think that's one of the key parts of everything we got going on. You know what, Dr. Martinez? This is what ethnic studies is about then. I mean, I love hearing them, because I don't know how it is for you, but when I teach mixed American literature, the students get fired up, they're into it, they push themselves harder. And I think I've mentioned this before. At the end of the class, I'm like, class is over, you got to go. I'm getting complaints from the other professor that we're in the class too long afterwards. Do you feel the joy when you teach ethnic studies? Do these students remind you of that?
I do, and oh my goodness, when remember Dave was saying that, building on some of the aspects that they said, especially like I was writing down all the notes, as y'all were talking, but someone said, I think it might have been Aldo, saying that these courses provided this different lens, right? That they were able, he said he was challenging opinions, but yes, in my history classes in particular, we have a quote unquote the traditional right text, and it's a good text, but I have also, alongside this textbook, I have two other required textbooks. So an Indigenous perspective, an Indigenous people's history of the United States, and an African American and Latinx history of the United States. Now, one of those books has been banned here in San Antonio, but I unapologetically have included it in my class because thankfully I can in higher ed. But these students, they have completely just been open to new ways to challenge that predominant narrative of history that we've been taught. And I have allowed them to do kind of more reflection pieces, right? If we're trying to decolonize our education in general, we have to include a little bit more creativity in terms of our assignment and how we assess those, right? So have more kind of reflection pieces that will allow them to see themselves as intellectuals, right? These are all hallmarks of an ethnic studies pedagogy anyways, and it has nothing to do with promoting anti-American or unpatriotic or divisive views, right? It is seeing these systems, and Tony, I think you were on point, that as one of the students, Jeremiah, was saying that, I learned about critical thinking, I learned about intersectionality, and you're exactly right. This is exactly what they don't want you to do. This is what they're fearing. They don't want you to challenge the predominant narratives, right? They don't want you to critically think about these hierarchical structures of power, right? That have created, quote, the status quo. They don't want you to think about that. So by you saying, I want to be an ethnic studies major, I want these courses, that's beautiful to me. And you're saying, students, that we're here for the leaders of tomorrow. And I love how you were saying it, my little cousins. No, you're the leaders of tomorrow. I am happy to stand alongside each and every one of you, right? So collectively, we're working with our representatives, with our board members at the State Board of Ed, right? And together with you, we're standing next, side by side each other. So I thank you for your advocacy, and stand with you.
So one of the arguments that folks that oppose ethnic studies use, the passive argument they say is that, well, there's going to be a focus on reading, writing, and arithmetic, and kind of what we may be fleshing out, and our panelists made me think of is that, okay, we've given you the scientific evidence that ethnic studies leads to that, but we just saw students tell us that when they are engaged this way, they want to read and write more. And, you know, Dr. Martin, maybe that's what folks that oppose this don't want. They do not want our youth to be excited to go to class. They don't want them to want to open up more books. They don't want them to write more. And what a sinister way to sabotage that than to go after these courses. We just heard leaders who said it impacted me, it made me lean more into education, and I can't believe the stereotypes people are spreading about this. So it's pretty sinister. Dr. Martinez, I want to cheat a little bit. Read us some of your other notes so we can read us some of your other notes so the other panelists can talk about what else you wrote down.
Okay, so commenting, let me see where there was something over here.
Sorry.
Yeah. On maybe I could help pose a question, right? That let's see.
And we co-host events now and then. So.
Yeah, movements that helped. What movements that helped that happened. So I have something here somewhere. You know, I have. Let me show you these notes. It's a mess, or you can't see it on the camera, but it is a mess. But what I would like, you know, to maybe ask or pose to them, you know, something that I had little question marks surrounding this, is what can we do to help you, right? We're telling students, I need you, right? I need you to come here. I need you to advocate. I need you, right? But what do you need from me? What do you need from us, right? So that's something that I would kind of pose, because I had a lot of, can we get this? Can we get this? But then I'm thinking, what do you need? What can I do for you? What can we do for you in addition to some of the advocacy that you heard we're kind of already doing? What else can we do?
That's a great question. I think we should pose it to our elected officials. Do some of the statements from these young folks resonate with what you might implement or how you're looking at some bills differently? I don't know if either you'd like to take that first.
Go ahead. Or was the board member going to say something? Go ahead, board member.
If anything, I will just say, as we talked about the anti-critical race theory bills last session, a lot of the narrative was around, well, this information will make particular students feel bad. But what I've seen is students saying that they want this information, they need this information to be successful around our country, to be global citizens. They need to know information about different backgrounds, about diversity, so that they can relate to folks, so they can build these relationships and build different types of success. So whereas you have adults saying that these are hurting students' feelings, we have students that are speaking up for themselves and saying their feelings are only hurt because they're not receiving information until they get to college. By then, they're at a deficit because so many of their peers did receive this information from different states. Or when they have teachers or professors like Dr. Martinez who will give you this information because they know you need to have it. So rather than trying to just kind of coddle our students for a fear that doesn't exist, we need to make sure that we give our students all the information they need to be successful. And I think that's what they were emphasizing in their panel. They need this information about ethnic studies, this information about diversity, so they can be global citizens and they can be prepared for whatever it is that they want to pursue.
And before we go to
I'll piggyback on.
Oh, go ahead.
Oh, go ahead. I was just going to piggyback on what the board member said, that when HISD first offered these ethnic studies courses, one of the high schools was Bel Air High School, which is a predominantly white high school. And it was mostly the white students who were eager to take these ethnic studies courses. So students really want to learn and want a robust education that includes everyone. And So yes, that is a false narrative that students will feel bad about themselves. And so you're absolutely right. And then I just wanted to say one other thing. My grandparents had a radio station, and back in the day, you know, there was a program called Yo Necesito Trabajo, where white English speakers would call in and employ all of these immigrant people who spoke Spanish. But as our community has, been here, and now we're getting more educated, now is when they don't want us to work with them. It was only when we worked for them. So it's, you know, this is terrible, but I'm just so proud to see the young folks that are getting their education, and they will be the leaders of tomorrow as our state continues to grow in diversity and ethnicity.
Wow, no, that's beautiful to hear, and that's a deep insight. Now, you made me think of back in the right-wing band from Arizona of Mexican American Studies. They actually passed a law, and one of the four prongs for that law was that it prohibited courses that created resentment against a particular group of students. Of course, I should mention that that law was thrown out as being racist at the Supreme Court level, and we were all involved in overturning that. But it's fascinating that you alluded to that, State Board of Education Representative Davis, because that is one of the myths used to try and sabotage ethnic studies, is that it creates resentment. That myth actually formed one of those four prongs. More importantly, the panel we heard defies that. I think you were both alluding to that. It defies that. I didn't see any resentment there, but I will say this to the folks that practice censorship, that are pushing these policies. The youth have told us they see through this. So if there's any resentment being caused, it's going to be by the folks that are spreading these myths and denying them the books and education and history that they want. I tell you what, we have about 4 more minutes. Let's do one quick way to just fire each other up, because I still am an intellectual adrenaline high from the young folks. State Board of Education Representative Davis, any joy you want to share from hearing those folks?
Oh, I want them testifying before the state board. So please get with Dr. Martinez, join the Ethnic Studies Network, and I can't wait to see you in 2025.
I love it. You got name check, Dr. Martinez. What are your thoughts to close us out with joy?
Yes, join us. We definitely need your voice, because as you were saying, once we get this in the curriculum, once it becomes completely normalized, these are the new books that folks, everyone is going to read, not just, folks that have been racialized, but all people will be reading these books. So that way we're not going to have to be combating this same battle 10 years, 20 years, 55 years from now, right? We will have this content that is normalized, that just seems, oh yes, we're learning about this, right? And then we're not going to have to fight this hard as much, but we need your voice. Happy to stand with you. Email me. I'll put my email somewhere out here, but you can find me at vamartinez@olusa.edu. But thank you so much for everything that you're doing. Thank you. We really appreciate it.
And State Representative Morales, we have about 3 minutes left. We're going to give you the last word. You've got a legislative session that's about to heat up. Any joy that you can draw from this?
Well, there is some, and it's just really great to know that we have some amazing folks that are here to support all these efforts to expand ethnic studies. And listen, I think you may know this, but Asian American Studies is on its way as well, and hopefully Indigenous Studies too. So, and who knows what's in the future, but yes, it's very exciting to have young people that are just so passionate about this, and we hope that they will come and testify for our bill. And at minimum, just, because you do have to show up at the drop of a hat in the Texas legislature, it's just set up that way, but they can write letters and emails of support, and we can take a big stack to the committee and say, look at all these letters of support that we have. So that's another way that you can be involved in the process and support our efforts to expand ethnic studies.
Thank you. Well, it was fun to flip the script. So as professors, the students are always studying us. We just analyzed and studied them. So I think that's magical. And I do want to thank again the broadcast crew that is behind the scenes, making us look great, putting up these banners behind there, our names beneath us, and doing so much work at all hours of the night. And I also want to thank the educators. It's spring break, y'all. It's spring break, but you're here on a Saturday putting in the work. And most importantly, too, because I'm an educator, so I'm kind of thanking myself. So even more importantly, I want to thank our educated and elected officials, because they benefited through the education to get to the American dream, but they're giving back. They're giving back right now when you're not being praised by everybody and you're feeling the heat, and you're doing what we believe should be done. You're championing our community. So we thank you all for doing that. And to close us out will be another elected official who is fighting for us, Senator Royce West. Hey, he was here at the beginning, and he's here back again. He's working overtime. Have a great spring break. I'm Tony Diaz Libre Traficante. So happy to join you. And I'm going to be at the victory party for our cause and movement. Thank you so much, everybody. Stay tuned.
Good afternoon. We're having some technical problems, and at the last minute, I was asked to start the panel. I don't see anybody else here. I can start by making my own comments and hope that everybody else will join us. Otherwise, I'll just talk for the rest of the time. My name is Emilio Zamora, and I'm a professor of history and a member of the board of Brown Black Dialogues. I'm so happy to be here. In fact, I am honored like everybody else. So our job at this point is to reflect generally on what we've observed and heard during the day. And I need to say from the start that, of course, everything has been so impressive. The information that is new, much of which is new to many of us, I think is valuable. The ideas about strategies, about experiences and struggle, the hope that lies ahead of us, all of that is so important. But I need to add something else that I think is also underlying all of this. We come together in a good spirit. That is very important because this is part of building a movement. What do I mean by a good spirit? Well, some people say we speak truth to power. There's some truth to that. We do speak the truth. And we also, I think, ascribe to some very important values. And I want, if Republicans or conservatives are listening to us, please take this into consideration. We come to you in a very sincere manner. I think that when we speak about the values underlying the spirit with which we approach the public, I think we include one of the first major injunctions that appear in the writings of major world religions, which is the command is recognize the worth of others and act accordingly. I think that's one of the most important spiritual underlying elements in our struggle. We come with a regenerative spirit, a caring spirit. We don't come to condemn. We don't come to make white children feel bad. I think that characterization is so unfair and so disrespectful to our history that has demonstrated an interest in building this republic like everybody else claims to be doing. Let me now shift a bit and bring two people to the front. Through my work, I've come across the history of the conservatives against our struggles. And let me just note one observation by one of these people that underscores the fact that this movement, which is obstructionist, which finds every opportunity to try to discredit us, has a history. And it's a history that is intertwined with our histories as Mexican Americans and African Americans. Ruth Allen was a labor economist, and in the 1930s, she expressed a very popular view among conservatives. She said, and please bear with me, and I hope you don't get offended with the language that I'm using, which is hers. She said, "We made a mistake in bringing African origin people and making them slaves. We know that we've made a mistake now in the 1930s because their children and great-grandchildren are now making claims for equal treatment. Now we have to deal with this. Not only have we had to figure out how to place them in society, but how do you deal with these claims that they're making that in many cases are justified?" She said something else, again, part of this conservative movement that is constantly seeking to undermine the work that we do. She said, "We didn't learn our lesson in the 1930s. In the present, we're now bringing in large numbers of Mexicans. That cannot be assimilated into American society. They just don't fit. We've made a mistake." Again, they're going to start making claims about their rights. I'd like to add one other historical figure that I think fits in this little introduction I'm giving you. Jose de la Luz Sainz authored a World War I diary. And in this diary, he says a number of things. He writes something down every day for almost 12, 13 months. He talks about the experiences of the soldiers, but also he talks about the conversation he has with fellow Mexican American servicemen at the front in France. And he says, we are making the ultimate sacrifice on the battlefields. Many of us are getting killed. That is part of a general contribution that we as a people are making to this country. But when we make that ultimate sacrifice, know, all of you Mexicans, that in the future you can use our sacrifice to make the claims that Ruth Allen was complaining about then a few years later. I say that because this is spiritual warfare. We're not just fighting for the right to be at the table. We're not just arguing for equal opportunities in the schools. We're also arguing for values, the value of caring, the value of truth. And this is what we're basing our movement on. This meeting that we've had today is very historical and significant for that reason. We've reinforced that value that encourages us to continue to build effective unity for purposes of creating change that can bring benefit to underrepresented groups. I love what Stella Flores said at one point, basically saying we can measure the cost of being Mexicans, of being African Americans, of being women. She offered a dollar amount that represents the cost of being a Mexican. That is, Mexicans are paid low wages over time, and those low wages accumulate and represent major losses. While everybody else is building wealth, the Mexicans are not getting equal pay. Consequently, we are underwriting the economy of the US. That's a very important point, and she argues that that continues into our present. And to the extent that our youth is being denied equal educational opportunities, that pattern continues into our present and into the future. There's another quote that I promised another person I was going to bring to this conversation besides Ruth Allen, and that's my colleague, good friend, Marta Cotera. Marta Cotera has often said, the genie's out of the bottle, you can't put it back in. That is, time has passed. A lot of things have happened. Mexicans are at a point in their history where they're making use of their large numbers and technology, communications, and you can't reverse change. We're already winning the battles, and it is impossible to deny us in the long run the equality that we seek. And keep in mind that when we move forward as Mexicans and African Americans and struggle, we've learned and relearned those lessons of values we carry with us, not the hatred, not the condemnation. We've learned when it's been directed at us historically, we've learned how bad it is, and it could be even in our hands. We're also capable of doing great harm to other people, but our history tells us that we shouldn't do that. So when we look at our history, we take note of that. That brings me to something else that I gathered, or I was inspired to figure out in my mind as I was listening to everybody, and that is the strategies that we ought to pursue. One of the things that came to mind that I always tell people is that we should not wait on the schools to adopt a standard curriculum that includes all of us, including women who happen to be, by the way, the least represented group in our standard curriculum. We shouldn't wait for the State Board of Education or the legislature to do what they should be doing. I hope they do, but we shouldn't wait on them. We need to take initiative as parents, as family members. We need to build our own libraries. Among other things, that is, I think, part of our agenda moving forward. We need to build our libraries. We have a record number of publications in Mexican American and African American and women's history, for example, that we need, according to our our means and our interests, we need to purchase some of these books and support our authors and our publishers. Establish our little libraries, read the books. Read the books in front of your children. Encourage them then to pick up a book and to start reading themselves. Have conversations around the dinner table about the struggle and how knowledge is precious and that we ought to make it our own through libraries and more reading. Another observation that I had was inspired by the great presentations is the problems with the critics. We need to talk about these critics, particularly when they say that we ought not to teach race and that we ought to stay away from these programs that seek to create these good, caring climates at work, particularly in higher education. They're very inconsistent, and I think there's all kinds of problems with their arguments, which demonstrates their weakness against our demographic strength and our strength in struggle. Their weakness is that they're inconsistent and contradictory. Let me just give you an example. They talk about suspending diversity programs on the grounds that some people have not been consistently adhering to the procedures. It's like saying, let's do away with basketball and the track program at UT Austin because the coaches were misbehaving. You don't do that. If you want to go and figure out why the coaches were misbehaving, well, you can do that. There's nothing wrong with periodically assessing programs like this and determining whether you're reaching the goals, which is the most important thing here. If you look at the procedures, it's for purposes of strengthening the support for the goal. And I don't hear that. They're not only inconsistent, but they're not very sincere about the support that they say they give to fairness and equal rights. The other thing that I need to say about that is that if they were really sincere about problems like racial inequality, if they wanted to justify not addressing race because whatever reason, why does the legislature allow the University of Texas to continue dismantling 10% plan, which is basically a race neutral admissions program? How can they call for pausing the button, pressing on the pause button with regards to diversity programs, but they don't do anything about the dismantling of the 10% plan? There is inconsistency, contradictions in all kinds of other places. I'll just use another example to demonstrate the problem with the critics, and I'll give it back to Angela, and that's the scandalous school finance system that we have in the state of Texas. We allow that to continue despite the fact that the federal courts have told the legislature to do something about this. Admittedly, the legislature has tried, but has not been successful in creating an equal finance system for our youth. What's the problem with that? Well, that means that class and racial differences get reinforced because of the inactivity or inattention by the state legislature to this very serious problem, including conservative members of the legislature, claim to want to do right by Texans, but make an exception when it deals with poor children or minority children. Actually, I'll pause here. Can't hear you.
Thank you so much, Emilio. You offered so much by way of analysis. We do have a panel that we want to bring on. We'd like to bring back Senator Royce West to offer some concluding commentary based on what you've heard and what you think that we should be focused on at the moment. And then we'll bring on soon Gary Bledsoe, NAACP Chair, Alberta Phillips, and Dr. Juichi Lockett to also provide some closing comments and reflections. Thank you very much.
Well, let me go ahead and start. First of all, this has been amazing. I got to listen to part of the Gen Z. The perspective that was provided was outstanding. From the vantage point is that these students want to know the history of people of color, Asians, Hispanics, African American people, indigenous. They want to know this information, and it makes them better prepared for what they will ultimately have to deal with within their life. I mean, they're entering into a more diverse world. Not only world, a more diverse country and a more diverse state. When you talk to some of the policymakers on the other side, they're so concerned that we're making white kids feel intimidated and guilty. Frankly, and I've been asking, show me where that has occurred. And then obviously, just like Dr. Zamora said, if that is the case, then, we fix that problem. We don't throw the baby out with the bathwater. And that's exactly what they want to do. And I think that when they start talking about doing away with critical quote unquote race theory, they do a disservice to their own kids because their kids will not be prepared in order to meet the, I guess you could say, rigor of being an adult in a very diverse community, the very diverse global world. And so I just want to say, I take my hat off to the Black and Brown Coalition, the Dialogue Coalition, and look forward to working with you in the future and getting information. Let me go back to what I said in the very beginning. Talking about it is one thing, and acting on it is altogether something different. And so I'm hoping that, as the representative was saying, that when we have hearings, we can reach out to those that have participated in this dialogue to come to Austin and testify and make certain that their friends and colleagues, to the extent that they can, do the same. And so I'm proud of what has happened. And again, I take my hat off to the Bbdp board.
Thank you, Senator West. It's such an honor having you with us. It elevates us. Thank you so much. It honors us.
It actually elevates me. Okay.
It works in both directions. Yeah, we just are so respectful of you because it's not easy what you do, and we notice that. We want you to be sure that we know that. We notice that. And we thank you for being our leader, our champion. And we have many champions. We've heard from champions today. We have champions in the community, and so I would like to bring on our champions. Gary Bledsoe, Alberta Phillips, Dr. Dweechi Lockett, but first Dr. Emilio Zamora, who you met earlier. He's my husband, my partner in crime. Thank you again, Emilio, for helping us in the beginning here, getting this final reflection off. And there's just so much to think about. But what I want to say is that all of this began about a year ago in February when I asked Gary to come and talk to my class. It was a low point. It was during the pandemic. And I wanted him to be a voice to what we can do in policy. And it was at a really difficult time. It was a hard time. And we were seeing a lot of racial animus, invective, just horrible things in affluent districts like Westlake Eames, like in South Lake Carroll ISD, and it was all over the news at the time. And I said, hey, Gary, what do we do? And he said, how about Black-Brown dialogues on policy? And so I wrote that down. And the next morning, I met Colette Phillips, who couldn't be with us today, but she's a major diversity leader out of Boston. And she said she wanted to help me out. And I knew her from LULAC, so civil rights is all up in this, right? And so I told her, well, last night I had this conversation with this person that you'll come to know, Gary Bledsoe with the NAACP, and he suggested that we address these issues in our society that are so toxic by leading, and we do this by establishing an organization that we call Black-Brown Dialogues on Policy. So I just wanted to provide context because I'm sure people are wondering where do we come from? That's where we come from these conversations, and also from a 10-year working relationship that I had with Gary Bledsoe in the Texas State Legislature from 2003 to 2013. And I just feel so blessed, and my heart's so full to have Gary and Alberta, Dr. Lockett, and you, Senator West, in my life, in our lives, back in our lives, in our communities that are, as a consequence, are going to also benefit. So without any further ado, Gary, yeah, thank you. Thank you for being here.
Doc, first of all, I commend you for putting together such a tremendous day for all of us. I think in different ways, and it could not be more timely. I think that I really applaud the comments from Senator West about that's something that you and I have known and shared and discussed over time. People joined us today, and I'm so thankful for all the really great people that have volunteered their time to really make this possible. What I want to talk about is how we can all utilize today, how we can utilize where our state is moving. I think that I want to start out by saying I think there are many more good people than bad people. I don't think that the majority of people in our state share the motivations of our governor or our lieutenant governor. But by and large, because of the system that we have in elections and are much larger and in charge, especially on the Senate side, and the right wing has decided to sit down in a room and come up with strategies that would undermine our communities simply because it's red meat to other individuals who don't really have the best interests of our state in their hearts. And so we and of out and make a difference and try to stop this train from moving forward. And when I say there are many more good people than bad people, like Myrtle Kaplan from the NAACP used to say, I mean that. But the question is, how do we connect with those good people? I think today that much of the cavalry was viewing what we've seen today, and I think the cavalry understands the issues, and the cavalry is going to be very much, let's just say, by the information with a way of reaching out. I think it was Mr. Aguon this morning who said it so eloquently when he talked about the moderate Republicans are in the shadows now because they have to be and they need to be, but we need them to come out and support us. All those independents and we're going to need them to come out and to be with us. So whether that means going to churches or what have you, we need to do that. If I go back and just talk briefly about SB1, what happened with that last time, when the NAACP and LULAC and League of Women Voters reached out to a number of the larger without and wanted to quietly support what we were doing, but they were afraid to take a public position because when they did the right thing in 2018 in reference to the bathroom bill, they had suffered financial repercussions, and they understood the financial repercussions would come again if they opposed state leadership on SB1. So our state is kind of in a vice grip. We need to figure out a way to get out of this vice grip, and it's really only if the good part can together and really don't want this nonsense. We don't want to be dumbed down. We don't want to lose federal funding. I think it was the comment this morning from Ms. Brookins, and I wasn't aware of a couple of the items where she talked about for the receipt that academic freedom is a requirement for accreditation. So the accrediting bodies require academic freedom. And this assault that we have seen on African American history and all ethnic history is really problematic in terms of freedom. What are the governor's defense in reference to his desire to eliminate DEI programs? He admitted that he was going after people that had different political philosophy from him. So that's an admission. That's what they put in the public domain, to be aware of that. But I think what we need right now is to reach out to all the good people of our state, people who don't look like me, or maybe all of us that are on right now, because we need allies. We cannot do this alone. That's one thing that you understand in politics, and we need people that are conservative and moderate, because these are not liberal issues or liberal ideas. These are ideas about the best for our state. I think we've had from experts on the panel the economic benefits that our state receives as a result of DEI. So I think that I just want to say to all of you that I want to join together with you to put together and I think we're seeing the end of the second Reconstruction. That's pretty good. But you know, learning my history empowers me and is beneficial one. I think that's the kind of holistic approach we need to take, and be able to go to all the hamlets around our state, as Dr. King would say, to generate support. I mean, we should have 1,000 people, like Senator West says, to show up, especially on the Senate side. We need to have a different group of people to show up, because that's probably the only chance we'll have in moving the paradigm, because I think right now the other people feel that they're large and in charge. But today it was such great illuminating information. So many people that had great spirits, and I took so many notes and so many things that I will be able to utilize in terms of whether we're talking about 246 complaint. It was really a great day. So I want to thank you for putting this program together. And so I'm just glad to be part of the program. And I know the NAACP is committed to work with Bbdp, the Texas Legislative Black Caucus, and Ron Reynolds are to try to reverse what the governor is attempting to do. And so we need your help. We need people to come and work with us, and we can protect your confidentiality and things of that nature, but we need to know what's occurring. We've got so much we need to hear from you, and we get specific information, but the law allows us to get information confidentially and utilize that and share that with federal authorities that we've already been communicating with. So thank you.
Wonderful, wonderful. Thank you. And on the subject of building our team, as you can tell, we have a lot of creatives. We have people who are experts in technology. If you have those kinds of skills and you want to be part of this movement, we totally are welcoming of you. And I also want to now move to Dr. Juichi Lockett. He's a wonderful young colleague of ours. He's a postdoctoral fellow at IUPRA, the Institute for Urban Policy Research and Analysis at the University of Texas. A few words, Juichi, Dr. Lockett.
Okay, thank you so much. I'm always appreciative of the opportunity. In looking at today, thank you so much to all of you and Angela for the opportunity to engage this phenomenal event and opportunity today. For me, this was definitely something that was phenomenal, something that's powerful. As someone who comes from a background engaged in community organizing background in research and study and pragmatism in Black youth empowerment, seeing not only the collaboration of different people from different backgrounds and organizing in different ways to speak to these issues and different voices was phenomenal. But when I look at the voices of our young people, of our youth, of our young warrior scholars that I love to call them, it's truly something that I believe must be exasperated, must be maximized, that voice, and truly understanding that they are the voice that tells the truth about this issue, and if it's something that they want to carry forward. I think the discussion around critical race theory and it causing youth to feel certain types of ways. I think it's an insult to the natural genius and brilliance and intelligence of our youth. I believe that when a child or youth is given the opportunity to truly look at a content, whether it be historically, whether it be in present day, whether it be the concept of analyzing future projections, the natural brilliance, genius, and ability of our youth allows them to properly analyze it in a way when they are given space and time, when they are given a true context, they can make the proper decision that allows them to make moral decisions about how they move and how they operate, whether it be economically, politically, socially, and physically. They can make those decisions that allows them to truly maximize society and other people from different backgrounds. They can make those decisions about how they want to lead, how they want to build, produce, create in various ways, industries, regardless of what their talent, abilities, and what fields they want to engage in. And I think, these types of bills being put on the table is a insult to the natural abilities of our youth. And I think that those panels with those Gen Z young warrior scholars shows that in real time. And I want our families, our communities, our community stakeholders to truly see how phenomenal our children are and how they have the ability to analyze and think critically when given the space and opportunity. And these spaces in colleges and even in K-12 that allow for various types of studies that allow people to see things from different perspectives and different lenses only exasperates and optimizes their natural ability to think critically. And that is something that will truly be an impact to the building of not only this state, to the country, and even the world as they pursue global citizenship. And we have to ask ourselves what is really being threatened by allowing this to happen. And I think those are questions as we move to the next phase that have to be answered. What is the true threat to see this phenomenality of our youth growing and showing and flourishing in these spaces that we have in this state?
So beautifully expressed. Thank you, Dr. Lockett. That was perfect. I'm 100% with you. I think we all are. Alberta Phillips, please. I think you're on mute.
Good afternoon, everyone. And I want to thank Dr. Angela Valenzuela for putting together this wonderful program. And I also want to thank everybody who helped to organize it and everybody who's behind the scenes and doing it, because it takes a village, it truly does. And I want to start off by quoting something. In 1946, wrote, "If thought corrupts language, then language corrupts thought." And with that, I want to, as a journalist, I want to take the media part of this. We don't often deal with. We talk a lot about different strategies, but the media is a big piece of this. And so when we're talking about teach-ins, we've got to talk about the media because of the language. And we heard today, and I was very impressed about the word, for example, woke. As a journalist, battles in the newsroom all the time. And many of you fought along with me as you were fighting your struggles. And one of the battles I fought was for affirmative action and how the media was portraying affirmative action. And I mentioned that because just a week and a half ago on KUT, a report not mentioned, And he and I have had a conversation about it because I did call the station manager and talk to her about language. Affirmative action as race-based admissions. Race-based admissions. Affirmative action is not admissions. If you look at affirmative action policy, which some might compare to a DEI politicians, then what you're looking at is merit, qualifications, competency. Affirmative action is recruiting the brightest and the best students of color. So if all these years affirmative action had been described as recruiting the brightest and the best Latino and African American students to Texas, would we have a very different view of it rather than the view that we have today, which is reverse discrimination? In the panels today, we heard about how the word woke has been covered, and also how the word DEI has been co-opted: diversity, equity, and inclusion. So that has been defined very differently by the governor and by the governor's office and by top Republicans. And Senator Royce and Gary Bledsoe and Angela Venezuela all know what I'm talking about when we talk about defining DEI. But the media, and so then we are swallowing whole their definition, just as everyone else is swallowing whole their definition. So you get the impression, placement theory, it's about displacing white workers and white faculty and white students in order to fill in with less qualified people of color, and you lose the whole concept of merit in the process. Language is important, and when we allow others to define our words and to co-opt our language, then we are doing what George Orwell talked about. And that is the kind of fight that we're in now. We not only need to do teach-ins, and when we do the teach-ins, we need to have teach-ins for the faith communities. We need to have teach-ins for the education community, teachers and the parents. But we also need to do teach-ins for the media, because people in the media, and I won't even use the term, I was going to say they aren't woke, but I won't say that they aren't woke. I will say people in the media just aren't knowledgeable, because many of them are coming from backgrounds where they did not have ethnic and African American studies. They did not understand the different histories and the strengths of the people who are the country and who built the country. So it is very, very important that we do, as a strategy, develop teach-in for journalists and media around the country. So I think that that's very important, and I really want to keep that in the forefront, because even as we talk to dozens of, or even hundreds of people, or sometimes even thousands of people, the media will talk to 10,000s of people. And so it's really important. So with that, I want to say thank you very much for putting on such a wonderful teaching experience. And there's a lot of things that I took away from it, some strategies today, and some things hopefully that we can talk about in just a few.
Wonderful, wonderful. We do have a few minutes left, 15 minutes. I think what we can do is parting reflections, comments, observations, brief, please. Dr. Zamora, Emilio?
Yeah, I have a thought. I think this has been an unprecedented meeting, a very historically significant meeting, and I think we're stronger and more hopeful for it. And I just encourage everybody to join us in seeking that that beautiful horizon that we imagine for all our people, and even those that are not with us. We invite people to join us. We mean well, we're going to do well. Thank you.
And take the pledge. You see the QR code in the lower right part of the screen. What that does with your camera, if you put it on there, will take you to our website, blackbrownpolicy.org, and take the pledge for diversity, equity, and inclusion. And that will get you onto our emailing list so that we can plan future actions and provide informational sessions going forward. Senator Royce West, any parting thoughts or reflections that come to mind? You're muted, I think. Yeah.
I want to end as I started off. We need to make sure we have an action plan. And I have a bunch of academicians here, so we should be able to get one. I challenge you to help me set up a methodology in order to see exactly what it means to quote unquote take down DEI. What are the institutions doing? What are they specifically taking down off of the websites? One A&M institution, believe it or not, took down references to Juneteenth. What are they doing as it relates to this transition that A&M has put in terms of DEI and made it applicable to admissions, or no longer applicable to admissions? What does that mean when they say they're going to use merit, Alberta? And how do we make certain that merit is operationalized with the methodology that we can look at to see exactly what the impact is going to be? And so I challenge you to help us as legislators to be able to get the facts in terms of the impact of doing away with quote unquote DEI and applying it to admissions also. So I look forward to working with you on operationalizing those methodologies so we can have the information and use it during this legislative session.
Excellent, excellent. You refer to Alberta. Do you see a connect here? Is it the same kind of strategy as with the media, similar, different?
I think that yes. Are you asking me, Alberta?
I'm asking Alberta because I think your point is well taken, and we're not going to be successful without a media that's informed and honest.
Right.
Yeah, and I think you have to have these discussions with the media. You have to educate them, and you have to connect it to merit. You really have to emphasize that. There was some good information here, and Senator Royce West is absolutely correct. When you tie DEI to merit, right? High school achievement, for example, as we heard today, how we have higher graduation rates in the state of Texas. Part of that ties back to DEI. We have a more diverse faculty. We have more diverse studies in high school. We can tie back education. We can tie it back to the workforce, can't we? I mean, Senator West, we can tie it back to the workforce and the things that people have achieved and how well the economy is doing, for crying out loud. This is Texas. We have the ninth economy, largest in the world. And that, and all of those doors that opened, and to voting, and that's the remarkable thing. If we can tie this all back to merit, then people will not be afraid. They will not be suppressing our voting rights.
Thank you, thank you. Dr. Luckett, what comes to mind as a concluding thought?
Thank you, Angela. What comes to mind for me as a concluding thought, as I think about this phenomenal experience today, is that all of this, for me, and in my experience, kind of enforces that we have to focus on bringing a stronger empowerment-based component into education. I think when you look at everything that was talked about today, every concept, if we were to review this entire town hall, we could pull out at least 100 different concepts that fall into political, economic, all these different aspects that as it relates to society and this state, and has built, from a development standpoint in all aspects, and take those components and actually start to frame it as a part of education itself. I think a lot of times when we think about education, we think about what happens in classroom, what happens when a student is looking up at a Promethean board and the teacher says something. But really, all of this has to be framed as an education that is prioritized in every household, with every family, in every community. So learning about every aspect of policy and the processes therein, becomes a cultural expectation in the minds of everyone to get engaged with every aspect of these components. And so I think reframing the notion of education brings it to the forefront, and in this type of situation makes it more critical to start to frame it like that, whether it be in the media and in every conversation, where our language changes the context of education into everything we talk about, in this form today and beyond.
I really like what you're saying, because it's really mapping on to what Dr. Zamora said earlier, that we can't postpone the education until we pass a bill, right? We just can't do that. We have to create educational spaces, and so we have to fix the plane while we're flying it, right? And we know enough, we have enough, we've evolved enough, we're coming together enough to be able to envision a better world that is more inclusive of our histories, knowledge, cultures, languages, experiences, that are so validating, really, of like what the senator and Alberta are saying, of a bigger and better Texas. I mean, if it's bigger and better because of us, right? And that is conveniently ignored, is it not? With this, we will conclude, I believe. If we have time, we'll do another circle with the panelists to express hope, but not without first Gary Bledsoe weighing in a summative way, Gary, about the day and next steps in light of what has been shared.
Okay.
Please.
Doc, thank you so much. I really agree with everything that's been shared. Let me say what I wanted to do briefly would be to uplift some of the comments today. I pretty much took comments from every speaker. I think the speakers are all outstanding, but I thought there were a few things that probably would bear repeating. Dr. Flores said no doctor would treat a patient by denying the underlying disease. That's what we're doing. I think that was a tremendous statement. And I think this is a warning to all the Tier 1 colleges in particular in Texas, that what student wants to attend a college that denies history? I think that that's also an issue. I know that many students now are not going to our Tier 1 universities. They're going out of state to others because of what's occurring in Texas. And without DEI, background people would become invisible, and they would not be included in the affairs of our universities. That was a comment that was made by Dr. Cleland, and I think it's really actually. And then the other thing that we need to stand back and take a look at, because this anti-wokeism has become a good word. But what she said was anti-wokeism is a code word for anti-black. Anti-wokeism means anti-black, and that you're not politically correct to say anti-black, so you say anti-woke, and you're thing with a different vernacular. Brookins said corporations would be derelict if they hired people who could not connect with and meet the customer base needs where they are. And I think that shows that it's not about merit. That goes back to even the Bakke opinion and what Justice Powell said there. Different reason why you have DEI programs and otherwise. Number 6, I think the the students, both Wilson and Baldwin, talked about how they survived through the whole idea of having the structure of the DEI African Americans, the support systems that are there for Black and other students, LGBTQ, etc. They've got various support mechanisms, and they feel wanted by seeing curriculum that they're interested in by seeing people who care about them as individuals. So I think that we shouldn't underestimate the value of DEI versus the students themselves. Dr. Hoshiro said, this is really kind of significant when he indicated that there were 64 now laws that were passed in reference to academia around the country that related to race. It's having effect. Okay, now he's retired, right? He doesn't have a dog in the hunt, so he's totally objective. But his assessment is that what's occurred already and what's continuing to occur with all these bills and all the machinations that we see, they've had a chilling effect on professors. That's going to under our education. Number 8, Dr. Love, theory is merely a way of teaching one to understand persistent inequity. That just makes good sense, right? If you have inequity, why are we where we are? That's what critical race theory does. It's not the big problem that others have an intentional aid of the media by perpetrating this conversation as driven by them with the initial lie. Number 9, this is what Alberta and Tony Diaz talked about, and that's the whole thing with the corporate media and the problem with how being able to report accurately. So I don't know how we do that, but we need to work with the media and provide them with the information, and the other side doesn't always get the upper hand and define the issue. That's one thing Alberta always kind of taught me, that who gets out there first, they kind of define the issue. And so more quickly involved in getting engaged. And finally, the last thing that I want to say is what Dr. Martinez said, that these things wouldn't have been possible before Trump. And with Dr. Watson is kind of an appendage of that we must research what's led to this educational impotence that leads to position. I think those issues are intertwined. I think those that come intertwined. I do that because we can expose what's occurring to the media and engage the dialogue when we go into the communities of our state to try to educate people about these things are not true. These programs benefit us. They benefit you. And I think we also need to have, and this is the final point the final point is we need to practice with occur in those communities so they understand, okay, that it's not just black and brown people that are under assault. You know, what happens when your community wants to stop fracking and they can't do it because people are friends with the leadership of the legislature and they get a bill passed to stop your anti-fracking legislation. So therefore you have a community that's causing earthquakes like occurred up in the Tarrant County area. So you see that it may be us today, but it could be you tomorrow. And we need to come up with a real strategy so we can engage people and let them know that our battle is their battle.
Yeah, I really liked how I think a lot of the panelists made that point. It's really all of our battle. And, I think that what we have to do is like vision out from here. Senator West, clearly it's a state battle. It's urgent. It's immediate. We need the thousands, right? We need people to write letters, to show up, to testify, to write letters to their opinion editors and meet with their newspaper editors, right? But I think that it's thinking about Kumashiro, what he said, Dr. Kumashiro, it's a national issue. I mean, we're dealing with it here in Texas, but what we're experiencing is nationwide, right? And so I think we need to think about that in terms of what our next steps also might be. Let's talk some hope now, inspiration. What is it that gives you hope going forward so that we can end on a high note? And not that it hasn't been, but I think to express something really positive or inspirational, touching, moving that grabbed you today would be wonderful.
Let me go first because I got to go play grandfather here.
Okay.
Out for the weekend, so I've got to play grandfather. This coming together gives me a great deal of hope, and the panels and the young people gives me a great deal of hope. You just don't know how disappointing it is to to be in the state capitol where you don't have the votes in order to get things done, but more and more people are becoming aware of exactly what's going on. And hopefully, with that awareness will come more involvement. And again, I said at the very beginning, Angela, that we need to get 1,000 people to show up down here in Austin. That will tell us. That will tell us exactly how important this issue is to multi generations here within the state of Texas. And so we need to make certain that we get organizations to get the word out about these bills, make certain that they write and that they contact the chairman and say, "Listen, I want to testify." And you can be assured that if you get 1,000 people saying they want to come testify, the chairman is going to turn around and say, "Well, wait a minute now, Dr. Zamora," and say, "Do we really need to set this bill because it's going to stop everything? It's going to stop the, I guess you could say the whole process. It'll slow the whole process down. No one wants to see that happen." So the reality is, the more people we get engaged in wanting to testify about these particular initiatives and stay engaged, the better off we're going to do. And so with that, I'm going to have to get ready to go. My phone is blowing up in terms of where am I, so I better get to where I'm supposed to be. Thank you for all what you're doing, and I look forward to continuing to work with you.
Thank you. Thank you so very much. Yeah, anybody else would like to jump in as we wrap up? What gives you hope? Emilio?
My hope lies in the trust that we build today, which is a building block for the continuing struggle for rights. We have to move forward. Somebody has to take the lead, perhaps this group, perhaps the legislative caucuses. Please thank our sponsors, Ankara. They're very
we have a number of sponsors. We have the Texas Legislative Equity Coalition. We have the Texas Association for Diversity Officers in Higher Education. Thank you very much, Skylar. We also have there's others. The Texas, we put them on our website, the Texas Association for Chicanos in Higher Education, the National Association for Chicana and Chicano Studies, Tejas FOCO. We have the NAACP of Texas. We have Texas LULAC. And who else? I think that's most of them, if not all of them. I don't know if I'm leaving anybody out, but we're really grateful to our sponsors. I mean, we're all in the struggle together. We're so thankful for everybody's support. Dr. Lockett, what gives you hope?
All right, thank you. Definitely, my foundational principle is the African proverb: "It takes a village to raise a child." And truly seeing all of these stakeholders from various backgrounds and truly forming and strengthening as that village gives me phenomenal hope. And even more powerful is for me in my positioning and my experience in youth empowerment is seeing our youth understanding their positionality in that village as stakeholders and truly coming to the forefront and allowing their voices to be strong in the midst of battling and fighting in this cause. On a weekly basis, I get the opportunity to engage with a powerful group of students who are engaged in this very issue as policy interns, and they are truly digging in. And there's nothing more powerful than a fired up a young scholar engaging an issue and strengthening their critical consciousness and understanding how these things work and even thinking about strategies that go beyond oftentimes what we can think about and truly ready to implement and take action. There's nothing more phenomenal than that, and just seeing how that all can be increased and strengthened and as the village starts to grow, truly seeing how the impact that we can make and how things can be shifted and changed. And I believe that nothing can stop us if we understand ourselves as a powerful village that must raise our children, and we're looking into the future to impact future generations. So I'm fired up about that.
Thank you. No, nothing can stop us, and it's connecting the dots, right? And we're also so eternally grateful to the Texas Legislative Black Caucus and also to the Mexican American Legislative Caucus. They have worked with us under rather extreme conditions, considering what they have to do with just normally on a normal day, but also in terms of the real animus that is being expressed in legislation that now that they have to take on. Alberta, what gives you hope and inspiration?
Well, I kind of agree with everyone else about what gives them hope, and especially the younger generation, the Gen Zers today, and they were fired up and ready to go, as Barack Obama would say. I would say what gives me hope is looking outward. Sometimes it's really hard for me to have hope being in a state that is so getting so oppressive and suppressive, right? It's hard. But when I look out and I look out to other places in the United States, it was mentioned today week's time we'll be passing legislation that will make ethnic and African American studies for graduation from high school. That gives me hope. It gives me hope that when I look out and I see other states that are engaging in activities that make people from the LGBTQ communities and are protecting their rights, it gives me hope. It gives me hope when we talk about what's the matter with Kansas. Well, not a darn thing when they pass the kind of pass to kick in the butt, I will say, the anti-women, anti-abortion laws that were coming down the pike. So looking outward gives me a lot of hope.
All right. All right. Wow. We're nearly done here. I also have an idea here to express something hopeful. But Gary, yeah, if you can share with us what gives you hope.
Well, I share the comments that have been made, but what I will choose is the righteousness of our cause. We have been chosen, black and brown people, to help continue to make this country a better place. I am infused with enthusiasm. Listen to the word Dr. Martin Luther King, where he talked about two things. The arc of the universe is moral arc of the universe is long, but it bends towards justice. And the other is truth crushed to earth shall rise again. We know truth is on our side and right is. And so I feel very honestly that we shall prevail, but it's going to take work, and I'm enthused by the people who came here today. But I think I want to ask everybody to look inside of you and understand that there's a light that's burning, because we are actually, and be religious here, but doing God's work. And I think our cause is righteous, and so we will prevail.
Yeah, so it is righteous. It's about justice. It's about a better Texas, a better world. I think what I want to say, and I was thinking last night, I was reading the Bible and reading about the importance of new wine in new wine bags, right? And the reason that wine needs to be in new wine bags is because wine expands, and it is better, right, in new wine bag. And I think that what moves me enormously is the thought that that's who we are, is that there's something new about this. I love stuff that's new and that's renewing. And I can only say, and this is a message for everybody who's watching this, that, and I think I can speak for Emilio, I know I can speak for Emilio, that our lives are enhanced, our lives are enriched because we are doing this. This is really beautiful work, and we're having the most fun too. But I think just the fulfillment, the love, the caring, the values, right, that we share, that bring us together, that unite us, and the Gen Z focus that helps ensure a future, not just for them, but for the coming generations. And the earth, the planet, is of incalculable value. And so if anyone takes anything away, I mean, organize, but the process itself is redemptive. I can attest to that, and I think we can all attest to that. It's beautiful. It's amazing. It's just there's so many directions that we can go in. We were talking about that, Alberta, yesterday. There's so many directions that we can go in as an organization, just with all the fresh energy and fresh insights that we have, that that it is really exciting. So with that, thank you, everyone. Thank you. Muchísimas gracias. This is historic. Yep, we're owning it. It is historic. May all have a wonderful evening, and God bless. Godspeed.